NB. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is August the 13th. We have a great show planned for you. In case you have not joined us, we are on our, what are we on? Our 41st show in the series, The Real Pilgrims, the true story of immigrants coming to America. In case you were not able to join us last week, we got into those FREEDMAN records. Yes, those records that they put together to keep account of the freedmen after the Civil War. So as we've discussed previously, and we found through our research that freedmen can fit several categories. One category, of course, is the typical one that they give us in history, meaning a slave that was free. The catch to that is it can be a white slave / indentured servant. So yes, there were white freedmen. It could also be a melanated European. Yes, melanated, aka Black European, that was freed from indentured servant contracts as well. It could also be melanated Indians that were enslaved. And am I missing somebody? Melanated? I think I got everybody. Okay, so we got into the Freedman records, and we're going to pick back up with that tonight, and get back into the book White Trash, the 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. We are literally on the Civil War part of that book as well. Our guy, Caramel, dropped some heavy information, y'all. So we have some follow-up stuff, child, to do on those so-called founding fathers. He brought the receipts for us. We kind of figured something was up with them being of a melanated hue. So he brought them receipts. So we're going to go over that. And once again, I highly encourage the family to subscribe to that brother's channel. He's a hell of a researcher. Much respect to him. He dropped a video. It took me an entire week to get through it because it's 5 hours. But let me tell you something, baby. It was worth it. It was worth it. It took me so long to get through it because I had to rewind it back and say, what? Oh, hell no. It was just that good, family. So we're going to go over that just a smidget because I really want you all to go and listen to that video. It answered the question. There should be no more questions after that video. Who's a Moor? Who's a Jew? Who's a Black European? It should be no more questions. No more. That's how tight that research in that video is. Okay, so let's go over our references, some of the main sources of material we use for this series. All right. And before I get started running my mouth, shout out to YouTube. I know y'all see me looking a hot mess. It's been rough, y'all. This been a rough week. A sister is tired, y'all. Tired. So shout out to Scotty Saturn. Shout out to Epic Soul. Shout out to Copper Color Soldier. I know I saw, hey, okay, there is Helenese. Shout out. I know I see somebody else. I know I'm missing somebody. Forgive me. Hey, she who walks among the mist. Hey, sis. So shout out to my YouTube family. She who walks among the mist. I'm going to want you, if you can, to get in the queue. And let's kind of recap the powwow we had on Saturday with the family, which was absolutely beautiful, absolutely wonderful. Because I know you got them babies, so I want to make it as convenient for you as possible. Also, shout out to our family callers as well. I see you in the house. So let me go over these sources right quick, and then we're going to bring on our co-host. So now that I got the camera on, good part about it, I can physically show y'all that. The bad part, y'all gonna see a sister with her head wrapped on and my go-to zip up thingamajig, because I be cold, y'all. Gotta have the air on, but then I get cold. But anyhow, first source of material, White Trash, the 400-Year of Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. Excuse me, family. As you can see, with all my little notes, yeah, I am about that life. I do read. I do read and take notes. With this one, I was so intrigued that I actually stopped reading ahead, because usually I read ahead and kind of highlight what I want to talk about. But she has so much information in this one that I actually says, no, forget that. I want to be surprised on the air when they surprised on the air. And we're actually almost done with this. So a very, very good book. Shout out to the author, Nancy Eisenberg. Okay, the second book, it's back on Amazon. I think Brother 832 said it's back on Amazon because it was out for a little bit. They Were White and They Were Slaves: The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. Okay, so that's this book. As you can see, it's not that thick. It's an easy read, but I'm going to tell you now, this author is raw with it. He ain't got time to be sugarcoating nothing. Nada. He gets down to the nitty-gritty of what those indentured servitude contracts were really about and the conditions that white folks were really living in when they were in the Americas. Okay? So, white folks, if you sensitive, get ready. I done warned you. He's raw with it. Okay, Nancy, she's raw, but not as raw as that author. Okay, the next book, this is our second time referencing this book in the series, and we actually used this book as a giveaway at the powwow on Saturday. And it is The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. I consider this book a collector's item. I'm telling you, almost every other show, I have to reference it to cross-reference material we're going over. So as you can see, got my little notes. That's how I'm able to flip real quick when I need to put this bad baby back out. Okay, so I would highly recommend that you buy this particular book. It can be shared with the children for teachable moments as well. Okay, so with those administrative tasks out the way, let's bring on my co-host. All right, I see Sis Sandra in the house. Let me bring her on. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Oh, peace and love to you, sis. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Tired, but you know, hey, that's okay. Glad to be here, and I'm glad to hear your voice.
Well, thank you. Same to you. And hey, family. And everybody's with us.
Yeah.
Keep us on our toes.
Indeed, 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 sis. Okay, let me bring on Brother Sean. Oh, shoot, I think I unmuted and muted him again. Sorry, brother. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
Doing
good.
Well. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Loving it.
Good, good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Good to see you, too.
I know. I'm looking toe up from the flow up today, y'all. I'm like, oh.
My sis still beautiful.
Oh,
natural.
You so sweet. I'm like, oh, my allergies. I'm not feeling good. I had to doctor myself up. So, so it is what it is today, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Now, you know, it's a lot of stuff going on. So, in the words of Brother Sean, arrah. Sis, go ahead on. Go ahead on with the fuckery you got for the family tonight.
Oh, you know what? I can't even decide what we're going to attack.
I know, right?
You know, okay, he got this girl running with him, Camilla.
Child. Child, like we say in the South, let me clutch my invisible pearls. Child,
Heels
go
up
ahead on,
Harris.
sis.
And,
Heels up Harris.
Go ahead. Yeah, Harris. Yeah, that's the one. You got it. They're making sure to tell that she's South Indian. And I'm saying, So what that got to do with, say, supposed to be getting somebody melanated to run with him?
See, sis, that's what y'all might be hearing in Cali. But to us, they are pumping her. God doggone it, my mic jumped. That pisses me off. They're pumping her as melanated.
Oh, on your side of the town.
Yep. Now, am I making it up, Brother Sean? And we've been busting her out like, oh, she melanated today. She ain't a Indian, not American copper color India, Asian
from
India. No.
They have it for South Asia here. And they have her, first they said she's black and South Asian. So then they went from that to just South Asian. Her grandfather was a civil servant, and he was an Asian or whatever. I mean, Indian, Asian descent or whatever. And my son said that he's hearing that it was the mama. That's the Asian person. So I'm saying, okay.
And the father's allegedly and supposedly Jamaican man.
Jamaican.
Yeah, but baby, they not playing. That's one thing that the age that we're in now, the Aquarian age, the water bearer, information flows freely. And baby, let me tell you something. Somebody pulled her ancestors' records in Jamaica. Baby, they pulled the slave manifest that her ancestors held. Yes, ma'am. So, all right, we know what that lineage is all about. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They have her listed as the first Indian American, not
They
American
do.
Indian.
They do.
There's a distinct difference.
I 1000% agree, but you know, on our side of the house, they was pumping her as melanated, and then I saw one particular person. Oh, that's my sorrow. That's melanated, and I'm like, child, this finna be a mess.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess.
Don't they say you are what your mother is?
According to our the Jewish faith.
And the mother is listed as the Caucasian, which means that she was a foreigner. And all foreigners who come here were listed as white or Caucasian.
Yeah, that's what some folks are claiming that was on her birth certificate. She was listed as Caucasian, which we know that the U.S. corporation plays those games with people that have hue. They'll put them down as Caucasian, so that should be of no shock to us.
This line is on.
Oh, peace, sis. Peace and love, sis.
Oh, good job.
Where you at on the she's on the phone or
YouTube chat.
Oh, hey, sis. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I'm trying to bring it up on my regular computer because I be missing a lot of stuff. I got 2 computers going. So, but hey, sis lioness.
Hey, long time no hear.
I know. Oh, I see her. I just saw her come through. Yep. I see you. Okay, sis, Sandra, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in. So you want to still go ahead on with the fuckery? You got additional.
What is that? Is it sucker bait? Is that what they call that, sucker bait, to get us to vote for them?
Oh, yeah.
As far as I recalled, maybe I'm wrong because they changing up her MO. that she was really tough on melanated people and was jealous like it was nobody's business.
Yeah,
now
and that's not even rumored, sis. Folks have pulled the receipts on that, and and it's a shout out to my Aunt Mickey, who has transitioned on. She used to have me straight rolling. She got the term from my mom, but she took it and ran with it. What frosts my tits, that's Aunt Mickey's sign. me and my cousin still use that to this day. That ain't nothing new though, sis, with her record of jailing melanated men. That's not even new. That's what got her, how she lost the nomination for presidency. So for folks to now, and I'm speaking on melanated people, to now act like that's fresh new information, number one. And then number two, those, and not all of them, those that have an attitude with people that don't want no parts of it, they ain't finna vote for her, they ain't finna vote at all. You got an attitude with us. Oh, you supposed to look past that. Wait a minute. Aren't you all the same folks that was just pissed about a melanated man allegedly getting murdered by a cop? And it was all these protests, all these riots. We need reform, change, the criminal justice system, the police, blah, 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 blah. So now we're a couple of months from that incident. So this broad's records, the receipts have shown that her forte is locking up melanated men for bullshit ass charges like weed charges. 2 melanated men were on death row, and there was additional evidence that could have been brought forward, and she suppressed the evidence. So we supposed to forget about all of that. But y'all just said 2 months ago that y'all tired of the justice system, that you won't change. So because she's got copper tone to her skin, we supposed to swallow that bullshit. No,
isn't that something?
That to me, that is not rational. To me, that is hypocritical. To me, it makes folks that go under that mantra, it really makes you look insane and inconsistent.
Well, you know, the Black Lives Movement was based on a lesbian couple who started that stuff, and they started out with Europeans and Mexicans doing that, and then our people think that black always includes them, so they jumped into it. So I don't understand that one from the get-go, when it was the George Floyd who was the one that was supposedly killed, and then our people got into that. So where are we really? We're going to keep getting played like this?
Right. Which is the reason why, sis, you know, those of us, and I know you included, that's why we don't rock with the populace. This is the perfect example why we do not, let me motherfucking repeat myself. This is why we do not rock with the populace. This is why we want the system gone. It's not acceptable to me. To me, as a copper-colored woman with Indigenous American ancestry, and I even have European ancestry, but this shit is unacceptable to me. I'm not buying this bullshit ass system. That doesn't work. I'm not going to try to keep turning bullshit into gold.
Well, See, what bothers me is that Clinton started the three strikes law.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was for serious crimes.
Yep.
Serious repeat crimes. And then around in Cali, they started putting you in jail if you got convicted twice for stealing, and you got caught next time for stealing a pack of gum.
Yep.
Then you had 3 strikes against you.
Yep.
That was crazy.
For
so
life.
When you get,
for life.
Yeah, life sentence, 3 strikes. So when you get a person who will put you in jail over a bag of marijuana, and I don't see them letting all them people out yet.
Right, but last time I checked, unless it done changed, ain't weed legal in Cali?
Yeah, it is, but they ain't out of jail.
Exactly. So, so what makes the dope dealer that was selling his little weed or the folks that was smoking they herb any different than people selling weed and smoking weed today? What's the difference?
And they're going crazy with it. And see, they put these people in jail for these weed violations.
Absolutely.
And they kind of like, turn the other cheek and throw away the book. And she was the prosecutor and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, ma'am. And some people pointed out, dang, baby, let me go back up. Somebody was talking about the truancy because she was locking up parents whose children
missed school.
Yep.
Yeah, that missed school.
Exactly.
Now, as broke as Scotty Saturn, as broke as Callie's ass been for a minute, Callie been broke for decades. That's the best way to use resources.
Well, they didn't say we broke. That's the ticket. We had such
yeah, they didn't say. We knew y'all was broke, but
they said we had a surplus, and now we're in deficit again. And I'm like, how we get in deficit? And then they fighting him on the $700 million for that the state has to contribute to the unemployment that he signed. And now they're saying that he didn't do this for the people who have, I'm like, wait a minute, didn't he just sign this stuff? What you talking about he didn't do it? So they're bringing us, it's a sight game to us. Our memories are too short.
Very short, sis.
And they take advantage of that kind of stuff that we don't remember what happened to us. And so here they bring her on board. It's not her color. Well, it is her color. Because she doesn't represent us. Her values don't even represent us.
I agree.
So how did she become black all of a sudden? They have black Indians in India.
Well, we know that. Hell, they have Indians darker than me.
Yes,
much darker than me. So yeah, it's not about the complexion or even her being mixed with that, mixed with this. The point of the matter is, don't try to insult my effing intelligence. Now, one minute you copper color American, and then but your paperwork says otherwise. I don't like a flip flopper. I just don't like it. That would be like me, all these years, you weren't able to see my face, and I was like, yeah, y'all, I'm mulatto, whatever the motherfucking case. And then you see my face and my motherfucking ass is melanated. I don't like game playing.
No, and that's what they're doing to us.
Hey, sis. This is an act of desperation.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
They don't care. All you got to do is go back to their debate, and you'll see that her and Biden actually hate each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's basically, like I say, they desperate.
True that.
They know it's a few fools that'll go along with it.
Right.
But they know that there's people that they got brainwashed enough to just hate Trump that much that they'll accept anything.
Yep.
I've watched people commented
Yep.
on post after post.
Yep. That's true, Brother Sean. That's true.
Know that these people are pedophiles and everything.
Mm.
And say, I don't care. I just want 45 gone.
Damn.
And that's something.
Yeah, that's
sad. Bring up the whole thing about the children and everything. And they don't give a fuck about it.
Not a flying one.
All these children are going to need help. They found over 500,000 children, but over 800,000 go missing a year out of the United States alone. So what happened to the rest of those children? And y'all worried about a fucking election. Ain't paying attention to what's going on with the planet.
Right.
It may not be shit around in November to have a fucking election.
I say, well, let it roll, mama. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
An election is already a done deal. A clone and a convicted pedophile ain't gonna get that office. Y'all need to pay attention to what's really going on. Her facelift didn't change the shape of her jaw or make her a couple complexions lighter. It's a fucking clone, the bitch on lockdown.
Ciao.
Y'all really need to wake up. There's levels to this shit.
True that.
Yeah.
Y'all putting your energy into a dead system. It's done for.
And that's what
It's done for. And all they doing is acting out the script.
Yep.
If you ain't got enough sense to see what's going on and to remove yourself from it emotionally and energy-wise, you're going to crash with the system. You'll be back. That's on you. If that's the type of fuckery you want to allow.
Right. Participate in, exactly. Yep.
They stick to the script. They have to. It's the law.
It's their oath.
So the script is out there. You can read the exact same script that they going by. If you don't know what the fuck is going on and how to remove yourself from it, you lose your soul. It's end game. It's all or nothing.
Yep.
Period. Ain't no flip-flopping back and forth. You better make your intentions known to the universe and to mama.
And make them clear. Make them clear, because if you flip-flopping, and that's where folks, and I see you callers, I see you in the queue, Sweet Pea. We got about 3 callers in the queue. I'm coming to you. If you're not clear with what you want from the universe, then you're going to get nothing. That's what you're going to get, confusion. You have to be clear in your intentions with your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And it still just baffles me that we have adults and adults with children and adults with grandchildren who just cannot even wrap their brain around the fact that the whole thing needs to go. Get off the system's tit. It's over. We're talking what the system is at least a century, probably two centuries old. It ain't never worked. It ain't never benefited you. It ain't gonna never benefit you. So I'm supposed to keep trying the same thing and expecting different results. So we're only getting what we put out. If that's your attitude, oh, well, you know, I'm just gonna vote, it's better than nothing. That's what you gonna fucking get. Nothing. That's what the universe heard. Nothing. Motherfucker, that's what I'm finna give you. Nothing. Oh, you want the lesser of two evils? That's what I'm gonna give you. Evil. We're not children anymore. And I'm not talking on the age in years perspective. I am talking spiritually. Those are, childish ass games. We're supposed to be at the point, and this is to everyone, not just those of us are in the know. I know y'all know what's up. I know y'all know it's fuckery at the finest, this, that, and the third. I'm on the 95% right now. We are supposed to be at the point as a collective to see basic right from wrong, basic natural law, universal law. This shit ain't hard. So yeah, 95%. You do have this 5% that say we ain't having it. Go on with that bullshit. Get the fuck on out of my face with that. I'm not participating in that. And you would think 95% that something would snap in your mind. Saying, well, damn. What they mean we don't need this system? What does that actually mean? All right, I digress. All right, Sis Lioness, you should be in the queue. So, look at the YouTube page. There's a backup number also, because I see 3 people in the queue. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, brother, Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? Or you want to...
For me, it's still about the children. We're trying to leave something rough to them. And we have all these damaged children that are being overlooked because grown-ups can't deal with racism. I mean, if you're not a color, if you're not a race, why the fuck do you keep talking about racism? The only race is for their survival. There's some place that they ain't supposed to be. You happen to be a good meal. You happen to have excellent accommodations.
Right.
It ain't got nothing to do with your skin tone. Some of us had to make things easier for them.
True that. True that.
So obviously, somebody got beyond that.
Right. What you say, somebody got beyond it.
Right. I mean, the fact that we have reptilians,
right,
insectilians, shapeshifters, all type of shit running around here.
Yep.
And you worried about a little orange man? He's the most hated thing on the planet. And can't nobody point to one racist policy he put into play?
I can't argue with you on that. And I'm
Nobody
not even a
cares.
supporter. Right.
Nobody cares about all the children that he saved worldwide.
That's true.
Majority of which obviously are melanated. And what the fuck y'all worried about? A stimulus check? Who gonna be your next master? There'll be no more system.
Right.
You've already been told he's the last president. It's over.
Right.
Y'all that keep holding on to this fuck shit.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings, your thoughts, or your existence. Because you didn't give a fuck about the baby.
Yep.
You talk about being gods and kings and queens and all that. And words hurt your motherfucking feelings to the core. Well, Trump said this in 72. Well, Trump said that in 78. When in the 80s he was thinking this. Did that fuck with your life then? Now all of a sudden with this little orange man said decades ago, got your life all fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Who you been voting for decades? Who been smiling in your face for decades? He told them they have to chip in on that because there's money left over from the corona. They got all that money, had all them hospital beds, done all that shit, and was never able to fill up a goddamn. He wants y'all to see the people that's actually fucking you.
But they won't.
No, they won't.
This is not a Trump cheering section.
Mm-mm.
This is just based on fucking reality.
Right.
And taking advantage of what this war is presenting us.
Right.
You're supposed to be getting your shit together.
Right.
The system is gone. It's been gone for quite a while.
Yep.
The only reason it's still around is because you dumbasses keep it around.
Yep.
Y'all said fuck the children. You will be cursed. Your vote is saying to the universe that it's okay for babies to be preyed upon. And you dirty motherfuckers who ain't the elite who sit up and give your kids away and trap your friends in these hotels and shit.
Yep.
You bitches gonna suffer the most. There's no words to describe your suffering and pain that you're going to go through. But also, sis, I saw one of them QAnon posts. They said 1,000 days of peace. 1,000 days of Q will mean 1,000 years of peace.
Isn't that interesting? You bring that up quite often.
They following the script.
Yep. I'm looking at my nails like, yep, because we done said that. We done said it. Brother Sean done said it specifically several times. Brother David in YouTube says, this why no one wants to talk to elders. They don't want to play with you. Indeed. Yes, Epic. The orange man is the trump card. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let me get to some of the callers. I saw, okay, you got back in the queue, Sweet Pea. I know somebody dropped. I know we can get long-winded, beloved. So 310, I'm about to come to your line. Open up your line, 310.
Peace and love, family. How are you?
Peace and love. How are you, beloved?
I'm better. I'm doing good. I was going through a little something before. I mean, with all this stuff and going on, but my health is better. Thank God.
Good. Good.
Yeah, but I've been listening to you guys, and you bring the truth all the time. And like Brother Sean was saying, you know, I think 95% of the people don't even know, or they don't care, because they are, like he said, they're not awake. What is wrong with these people? They put, you know, all these people on the TV, radio, whatever, go vote, go vote. Who gonna vote? They putting that in their head and brainwashing. And I looked at Camilla the other day, and like he was saying, I'm like, she don't look like the same person, because I've heard a lot of stuff that's going on. I heard she's married to a Jewish man, and he was an entertainment lawyer here in Hollywood. So I don't know if they know all of that about her. And then when she was doing the, I guess, attorney or something, and she left a black man, I guess, played out his thing till they hung him or whatever they were going to do with him, give him the death penalty, and didn't even try to get him off or do anything. You know, and then she thinking somebody up here smiling like somebody's supposed to like her. But see, that's a game they play to put, why they waited 45 presidents to put in a black female or any black person when they got to Obama all these years, but now you know that the system is changing and had changed. Now you want to fool people and bring these black people on like, okay, let me get some black people. Oh, we can get all the black votes now because they're going to be brainwashed to think, we doing this for them. They ain't never did nothing for us. They're not going to do anything for us. So we got to do it ourselves.
Absolutely.
We have to say, no, we ain't playing your game. We ain't in your system. We're outside this system because we should have never been in the first place.
Exactly.
I don't know how, if I could have had anything, we would have never been here, because I looked at things when I was a kid from growing up. We had everything we needed. God created this universe for all people. Everything is free, flows freely. You shouldn't be paying for not 1 cent, an iota, anything, because what man created the universe, and what man created trees, what man created the mineral in the ground?
That's right.
Just think about that. You know, people need to think outside. And you get people saying, oh, no, I need a job. I got to go to my job. I got to get this. Or well, who's going to work and who's going to do? Who cares? Who cares? As long as you got yours. God gave you what you need. All you got to do is go out there and plant that ground and bring it up. Go cut down your tree and build you a log cabin or a wood house or whatever. Everything out there that you need to put your work into to keep you flowing.
Indeed.
You know, and like I said, and people probably don't even know, under the Getty Center in 2015, people won't believe you. You can Google it right now. I was trying to tell people, put it out. They took 100,000 kids under a tunnel in the Getty Center, and they had visitors and coming there and tourists going through that place. I'm like, oh my God. They rescued those.
I heard of that.
They blew up the Disneyland. That's why it's closed right now. And that tunnel, when they said it blew up with some electric problem, they said they blew up that tunnel under there. They got kids down there. They got a big old whole tunnel that goes to another city under Disneyland right here in California. And that's probably
I heard of that too.
Say 5 miles from where I live.
Right.
I'm like, oh my God. All those kids. And then I heard that this lady, Liz Cronin, she said that I was looking at a video, that they got tunnels going to the celebrity homes that they run these kids through. They got tunnels going to the celebrity house where they take these kids and put them in a tunnel, and then each house. And they went to Florida and tried to find a tunnel going to Oprah house that she got in Florida, but they didn't find one. And I don't think they found one here in California either, but they was looking for that too.
Yeah, I heard that. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on out there. It's real crazy right now. And people need to wake up and stop running behind these people talking about they ain't gonna do nothing. Like I said, the system is over. It's been over when it crashed in 07, 08.
Thank you.
Yes, and those real estate, and people say, oh, good time. And I said, when I just had got in, because I got my license 07, I went to full spec 7, and then by the time they're like, you get in a good time. No, I did not. Only time I sold a house was I sold one to my son, thank God for that, and my sister got a house, and another person. After that, I hadn't built up my clientele. It's been hell, so I still got my license up to date, but I'm not doing any real estate. But yes, it's crashed way back then and been gone since then. And people keep talking about putting money in the stock market. What stock market? Where's stock market?
Child.
Some of these people need to be, and especially black people. We're the least one. We're the one they ducked on and did everything, and we still here. We still survive. Is you gonna wake up or what and tell them I ain't playing your game? I'm not being in your system. I don't need you.
Exactly.
So that's my little spiel. Cause I'm sick of it.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you for calling in and putting something on it, and sending you health and healing your way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Peace and love.
Okay.
And there's
sure thing.
Yeah, my uncle just passed away, and he was 94. He's out there in Gary, Indiana. So we just got a call on Wednesday night. He transitioned, but he was in the Pearl Harbor World War, in the Navy. And my cousin was saying, she called me the other day, and she was saying that when about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, see these people, he said, my other uncle passed in February, and he was like about, I think, 89 or 90. But he would always, because he was younger than the one that just passed away, a little bit younger, a couple of years. And he would always tell my other cousin that was taking care of him, he would tell her, make 2 cups of coffee cold every morning when she makes him coffee. He said, make another cup of coffee because Moses coming by. That was the brother that just passed. She would have to make 2 cups of coffee. So now this uncle passed away. She said like a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, he got up and he was like, she said, where are you going? He put his hat on, his Navy hat, whatever, turned his back. He said, oh, Joe is coming by. That was Uncle Joe. Joe is finna come pick me up today. So she was like, okay, that's kind of strange. And then she said about a week ago, my aunt had passed long before him, and her name was Aunt May. She said that he got up and he said, oh, I'm finna go get married today. And she said, who you getting married to? Oh, I'm finna get married to Willie Mae. That's her mother. That's my auntie, my dad's sister. So she said, well, you was already married to Willie Mae. Didn't you know that? And he said, oh, yeah, you're right. I said, oh, my God. That's all the signs that he's going to meet these people, in the spirit. I was like, wow. That is so touching, was so amazing.
Yep.
Or, yes, that's a connection. So,
Indeed. Thank you for sharing that, sis. That my aunt, when my grandmother transitioned, she was in her 80s. And it was my grandmother and then a family friend. He was around the same age. He may have been a little bit older. They were both in the same hospital, but they were like in 2 separate wings. So she was visiting them both. So she went and visited my grandmother, and she was like, yeah, I talked to such and so, and he said such and such and so. And she was like, how you know that? She was like, well, because we were talking about it in our dreams. It's time for both of us to leave. So she was like, oh, that just mama was out of her mind, with the medication, this, that, and the third. So she went to visit the family friend, and the exact same conversation, word for word, that she just had with my grandmother, he said. She said, girl, she said, then I knew it was just a matter of time. And they wound up transitioning one day after each other, because I was had to make my way back there, and I missed her transitioning. And then once I got there, the next day, the family friend had transitioned. So yeah, they were talking to each other in the spirit realm, and they both told her, yeah, it's that time. It's that time.
Because we were in February, and now this is August. So yeah, okay, yeah. They'll need a...
Yep. Well, thank you for sharing, beloved.
Okay, peace and love.
Okay, peace and love. All right.
You know, there used to be a song called "The Backstabber." They smile in your face and
all the time I want to take your place. The backstabbers, backstabbers. Ain't that the OJs?
Yep. Exactly.
Eddie was getting it, goddammit. Yeah, sorry, sis. Yes, there he is.
Seriously, people don't understand. They smile in your face and they're going to stab you in your back because they the backstabbers. They put up for the people what they want to hear and what they want to see. And if you check the record, because they're going to change it on the news is always lying. They're going to change everything to make them look like Snow White. Well, we don't want that one. But you know what I mean. Make them look real good. But the song is telling you what they do to you.
Yep.
Our singers, a lot of our singers go out there and tell it, but we're not listening to what they're saying.
Yeah, Epic Soul said in the chat room, I'm coming to you next, 678. They don't know when Sister 310 was talking about, people wake up, this, that, and the third. Epic Soul comment is they don't know because they're empty shells, NPCs. And that's a very great point, Epic. I've heard other folks talk about NPCs. Particularly recently, I heard New Earth Production talk about it. And we've talked about this before when we do the shows that's strictly on the esoteric, spiritual side. And we talked about things being a virtual reality. And Brother Sean always reminds us things being programs. Okay. So it is being said that most of what we see, as far as from a people perspective, they're programs. So meaning they're not real. It was put in place, those particular programs were put in place to keep a certain energy going. But just like they say with the Wizard of Oz, you've had the power all along. You get to shape the reality. But folks still continue to give away their power to something that is not serving them and working for them. And as Bobby Hemmett said, back up in the 90s, this shit is over. It's over. So, oh, dang, Sis Lioness, I forgot. Yeah, if you use that number, you need a code. And I didn't call to get the code. So if you can't get in on the other regular number, the only other option is maybe, I don't know if Brother Sean can conference you in. I forgot about that, sis. I got to remember to get that backup code for that second number. The first number, you don't need a code. Okay, so let me go to 678. So Brother Sean, I don't know if you can conference sis in. All right, let me go to 678. Six, seven, eight, your line is open.
Hello?
Yes, peace and love.
Peace and love. What's going on? What's going on, elders? How y'all doing today?
We doing well. How are you, beloved?
I'm doing excellent. I don't know if you remember me last time, but I had called like about a month or two ago when I first had started listening to y'all and whatnot.
Yes, I remember you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to give y'all an update on coming from the young folks' perspective on what's going on. I stay down here in Atlanta, so it's been real goofy with how everybody is switching from one script to the next script to the next script to the next script.
Yes.
And when you tapped in and know what's going on, it just be funny because you see what's going on, and you know, I've come to just accept that how y'all was saying how these people can just be in the system and just believe in what the hell going on and forget what happened just a couple months ago.
Yep.
They destined like that. That's how they designed to. Their makeup is to be at that low vibrational state because they are not trying to elevate. And I had took your advice and I had looked up old dude who was breaking down the how the upgrade and how the transition from the next era to the Aquarius era to the Aquarius era is gonna happen, and how certain people is going to, you know, basically going to be reset, and those who was tapped in and close to Mama Earth frequency, they're gonna elevate, and then those who was beyond that, they're gonna ascend. And so you just got those individuals who was just they wired to just be those people who got to reset. They got to come back multiple times, and it come back from their karmatic debt what they did in their past life. You feel me? Like it's so many, it's so many people that if they sit down and really delve deep into themselves, they'll find out that they past life, whatever they did in the past, even in the life that they're in now, that they're paying for it in ways that they could never imagine. You know, and it's sad. However, but we got to just come to a point to where we got to accept those individuals at where they at. You know, like Elder Sean said, I'm not giving these people not a drop of my energy, nor my attention. You know, and just go on back to Mother Earth. I've been just answering my call and getting back and just growing and getting everything right. I'm good, you know. They gonna keep doing what they doing. They gonna keep with the script.
Yep.
And they're gonna come with some more blind side attacks and some more blind side surprises with this. Like,
yep.
It's gonna get funnier and funnier and funnier. And I'm just sitting back and laughing and just really just soaking up the game, seeing how everything's playing out, you know. Like it's funny, man. I'm telling you. Like, staying in Atlanta and seeing this and seeing how folks operate with this method, you'll be laughing your behind off. I'm telling y'all.
I tell you. Well, I am so proud of you, brother. I first of all, let me give you your explosion sound, because you done summed up what's going on quite well. And just because you are young in years does not mean that you're young, because there's two ages. There's the physical vessel age, and there is a spiritual age. You are spiritually mature. You're not a spiritual baby. So I am very, very proud of you. You get it. You see it for what it is. You ain't trying to repeat no cycle on no fuck shit, and you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. I'm very proud of you, brother.
And I actually wanted to touch on that too. So I was sitting and meditating on that on the different levels of people, you know, ascending, transitioning, upgrading, and resetting. And with with our generation, my generation specifically, I really feel it's going to be a small amount of us that's able to ascend because of the fact that we have to reset. We have to be a part of this reset from the jump. Like, we have to be, y'all, the ones who are elders and whatnot, who are past that and then live their life, y'all, it's a good amount of y'all that's probably going to ascend. But it's a couple that have to stay back because they have to guide us, the ones who going to take over and ascend later on in this realm, if you get what I'm saying.
Right.
You know, and I think that's going to be a real hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, because for those who kind of get like a wake-up call and understand what's going on, they're not going to want to fathom the fact that you're going to have to step your game up.
Yep.
And you're going to have to be the one that look mama in her eye and be like, look,
yes,
I apologize for what I did in the past life, and I apologize for what my previous predecessors did, but I'm not them. And we right now, and we need to do what we got to do to make amends. So whatever I got to do, mama, I'm going to do my part. But I'm not finna take that bull crap that you giving them motherfuckers over there.
Exactly.
Because I know what's going on, and I'm not with that. And it's gonna be, man. I've been seeing this, like, it's been coming to me. It's gonna be like how they be showing like the movies, like they going somewhere and colonizing, and it's just gonna be a whole lot going on. It's gonna be a whole lot going on.
Yes.
And I've been having to prepare myself the fact that, look, I may have to be here to really lead folks. I may have to be here to lead people. I may have to be here to where, because I had to think of it, if I just go and ascend or I transition to the next realm, but my kids is still here, who gonna protect my kids? No one's gonna protect my children like I'm gonna protect my children. So I had to really like sit back and think like, damn, like, I understand that I gotta focus on myself. However, my stuff includes my next generation also.
Yep.
You know? And I got to make sure I do right by them so they don't follow suit with the bull crap that's going to be coming about while they're ascending into their next levels too. Because them babies is going to be far beyond what we can ever imagine. With their skill, their spiritual connection, all that, like, what they're able to do. It's going to be like a movie. It's going to be like how, like, they say the X-Men, that's how these babies is really going to be. And and somebody like me who know what's going on, I have to be here for my two boys, so I make sure that they can channel what they know how to do in the right manner and attack and defend themselves against the right people, you know. And I just really wish I'm getting something together so we can really, like, for us, my generation, and y'all can really just game everybody up and really come up with a real, like, solid, like, look, this is where we at, and we need to go forward from here. Because if we don't, even though some people got a game plan, if the majority does not have a game plan, they still gonna go back to their mess.
Right.
And with how I believe it was you or Elder Sean, how y'all was saying on how, you know, the people can just be in this state to be able to get manipulated and go down whichever path they choose. So it's because they're not coming to the realization that I have to be on point mentally. I have to be on point with these people at all times.
Yeah. And
these folks, they, because what's in their blood and what they done did in their past lives and just they hold debt, they don't want to accept that. You know, I literally had to sit down and really see that in this, whoever those spirits or whatever we was doing, we literally had to sign that. We literally had to say, look, I'm going down there like the dude from the first Matrix when he was like, he said, I want to go back to the Matrix. I don't remember nothing. I don't remember nothing, none of that. And he was fine with that. You know, he was fine with going back into the Matrix, being white clean and all that. Mm-hmm. However, he didn't know, like, you going to still remember that. It's going to mess with you subconsciously. It's going to mess with your spirit. You just don't know what's going on. And you dealing with the 90, 95, 98% of the people, they dealing with that. You know, how many people you think done gave away other groups of people's their location, sold them off into slavery, done lied to them so they don't get nothing? Like, it's so much debt that people dealing with. That's why it's such a majority of people who don't care what's going on, or don't, or just with it, or they just lost. Because why? You done did so much in your past life, your people done did so much in their past life that you got to pay the debt of being a straight zombie, straight brain dead. So you got to pay that debt. You got to pay it, yo. And then you got those who see it, been seeing it since day one, and it's either that we done paid our debt already, or somebody previous done paid the debt already for us. So now we've been given the other burden, which is the better of the two, but it's still the heavier of the two, which is going on and having to step your game up so you can be the one in the right and be in position to do what's right, even if everybody else is choosing to do wrong. You know, I had to really swallow that pill for that one. Like, real talk, I had to swallow the pill for that one, because it's like I have to put myself in the mindset that I'm gonna have to go against the whole planet. And if I die, I die behind it. Like, I come back, it's okay. I get another vessel because I'm focused on the right thing right now, and I got to make this happen. And I'd rather transition in that manner, because I don't know how many babies is gonna see that, and that's gonna hit whoever that needs to hit, and it's gonna wake who needs to awaken. So that's the point of me going through that. That's the point of us having to go through that. So I'm like, all right, cool, I can take that. Wow. You know, 'cause it's gonna get real. Like, it's gonna get real out here. Like, and it's getting realer and realer and realer. It's already real. Yeah. But the ones who just out here just zombies, they just it's gonna be like a straight frenzy, yo. It's gonna be a frenzy.
It's interesting because when you were speaking and you were talking about, you know, some people are gonna have to stay back, and we immediately connected thoughts in the ethers, and I was like, I hope he realized he's that somebody. And as soon as I said it, you said it, and yeah, I know that's me, blah 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 blah. And so I'm saying all that to say, you're ready. You're ready. Last time we talked, because you brought a sister to tears, I was slinging snot and boogers. But like I said, we've passed the torch. You're prepared. You're prepared. You already know what your soul contract is. You already know what it is.
I had to meditate on that one, yo. I had to really meditate on that.
I hope us, quote, quote, elders in years hear what this beautiful soul just said. He had to meditate on it. He got what he needed from the ethers. So, you know, once again, I'm just so extremely proud of you. Like we said before, you got it. We knew that the first time we talked to you. You got it. You know what it is. So go ahead, Brother Sean.
Just by your acknowledging that means you're ready to go to the new earth. It ain't about staying here and fighting a battle that's already been won. It's not about you repeating the cycle. You can't put in the work for everybody else. You put in the work for you, breaking your bloodline curse. That unlocks the DNA and the codes in your boys. So you don't have to worry about them. They good. That's your seed. Mine is new. You ain't made no contract. So you ain't have to worry about no contract. You already told them no contract. So your boys ain't under no contract. Don't let them enter now. That's what you got to do. The system gone. It's time to create the reality we want, not keep battling that dead system. It's dead. Why go back and kick it?
Exactly.
You can create something much greater.
Absolutely.
You ready to do that? You ready to take on that responsibility?
Yes.
You put it out in the universe. Now you got to do it.
And it's been revealing itself to me. It's been revealing like different things as far as like that's a part of me that I got to do, like, because I've been really focused on manifesting and putting my mind on what I want and finding out what I need.
That's right.
And those things have been popping up like crazy, like, and it's been happening more within the last, about month. Like everything that I'm focusing on now is coming towards my way, and it's very scary because it's like I have to keep my thoughts in check. I have to keep my thoughts in check.
Yes.
You know, especially the people that be around me now, because I'm very like because I've been heavy in gardening for the last about 3 months, and it's very like straight soil. Whatever I'm putting into this soil and I'm watering, it's gonna produce. And I'm putting nightshade, straight poison in this sucker. It's coming out straight nightshade and poison.
That's right.
You know, and
it's happening in the spiritual realm first.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All that's happening is you're beginning to remember, and you're beginning to take control. That's how you manifest things.
And I've been seeing that a lot of my dreams been like in control. Like I haven't been having like, you know how people be having these dreams of like just the normal script that they talk about what's going, like the things that's gonna happen.
Yep.
I have not been having none of them type dreams at all. Everything that comes into my being as far as like that comes close to a dream is what I'm putting in, and whatever the universe is bringing to me.
Absolutely.
You know.
That's controlling the realm. So like Brother Sean said, so you're creating what you want in the spiritual realm, and then it shows up in the physical. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think we're in that period of time right now, too, of creating in the spiritual world and having manifested itself in the physical, because I think the age has shifted, so we don't have to work as hard to get what we want anymore in the physical. Because our
agreed. The gateways are open. It's a lot easier, although we've always had the ability to do it. And brother, you're getting mad love in the chat. You know, everybody's sending you mad love.
I appreciate it. And another thing that I got told, got peep game to, is that because of those who getting this, like who know that if whatever I put into my mind, it's gonna manifest. That also means whoever is around you, whatever that they put out their mouth, whether it's negative or positive, and you internalize that into your thinking for less than even a microsecond, you gonna produce that. You gonna make that come about.
Absolutely. Yep.
Like you're gonna make, you be like, damn, like you're gonna be like, why did that just happen? Like I was thinking about that. That's because you were thinking about it.
Exactly.
Because whoever put it in your brain and you allowed that seed to go into that soil and you watered it.
Yep.
You watered it with your time. You watered it with your thinking about it, delving deep into it. You should have just took that right out your thinking.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me give you another explosion. You ready? You got it. You got it. You're right where you need to be. We are ever so proud of you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. It just really brings my heart joy that, you know, someone in your generation, you want it. So thank you, brother.
Hey, I thank y'all, man. I truly thank y'all, man. Y'all just keep doing what y'all doing, man. I'll keep doing what all y'all, man.
You too, brother. Okay, love you much. Peace and love.
Y'all be safe and
peace and love.
Okay, you too, brother. You know, it's interesting. Sis T, she who walks among the mist, she was in the ATL. I was in the ATL. That brother is in the ATL. And both Sis T and I, we haven't been gone too long from the ATL. But it was a period of time where a lot of melanated people gravitated towards the ATL. And I know for me, it was a spiritual movement, energy through meditation that brought me to the ATL. And I met a lot of beautiful souls there, a lot of beautiful people. But as the ATL started to grow and the greed started setting in, the energy started changing. And yeah, ATL is off the chus name right now. But that's okay. It's still a lot of great people there with great energy. And that really warms my heart, brother, that how wise and spiritually mature that you are. You know, it's people that are in my age and years category. They don't have a clue. And I'm going to be honest, it ain't like it's going to be a lot of folk my age ascending. They finna repeat. I'm here to tell you. They finna repeat and reset, whatever you want to call it. They finna repeat a cycle because, as you indicated, that they have not spiritually matured. They have not atoned those karmic debts. They still want to play the games. They still want to lie to themselves. And anybody that has gone through a spiritual awakening, you know that it's a process. It ain't all, it's a lot of pain. It's a lot of facing it for what it is. And a big part of that is atonement with yourself. Clearing things up. And a lot of folk that are older in age, they keep brushing that shit up under the rug. Just keep brushing it up under the rug. Rug dirtier than the MF. They just keep brushing it. Keeps piling up. And as Brother Sean and Sis were talking about the child trafficking and how people don't give a F. And the reason that they don't give a F is because that's some of that dirt up under that rug. That's part of that dirt. That sickness, that particular sickness has gone on in their particular families. And they've just allowed it to brush it up under the rug. Don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. You're lying. That's why these things are allowed to go on. Because people don't want to deal with them. But see, universal law don't give a damn about none of what you feel, none of that. You have to atone for that. So sure, I can see very well folks not giving a damn about trafficking, none of that. Because if you allow abuse to go on in your own family, if you're not protecting your folk, you definitely don't give a damn about somebody else's child. So very, very good point, young man. Thank you so much. We love you very much, and we're very proud of you. Okay, Anonymous. All right, Sweet Pea, I know. We've been running our mouth. I'm coming to you, and I see you, 832. All right. Let me try to, hopefully I'm bringing you on anonymous. Peace and love.
Peace, God and Goddess.
Peace.
God and Goddesses. All is well.
All is well. How are you?
All is well on my end.
Good deal.
I'm chiming in on what Brother Sean was saying about all this here stuff going on with this election and stuff. That ain't nothing but the Wizard of Oz. People got to understand all that stuff is over with. Why are they chasing this? Exactly. Why are you trying to get somebody to still be over control of you that's not even from your land? They don't even identify with you. I'm indigenous here. I am indigenous who I am through my blood lineage. Now, why would I want somebody to be in control of me that has no concern about my land or who I am and my concerns or whatever? You know, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with our people. You know, we're supposed to be telling them we want them out of our land because you have no jurisdiction to do anything here. Nothing. Leave. You are a foreign immigrant here, an alien.
That's right.
You know, but people won't wake up. You know, Trump is not going anywhere. Trump was put in there to drain the swamp.
Exactly.
And he's going to be there till he finishes draining the swamp. All this is nothing but a dog and pony show.
Exactly.
He tell them folks right in their face. He said in the next 5 years he's going to have this country straightened out. He's telling you right there, he ain't going nowhere.
He know what the script is. And they know what the script is. All those candidates running, they know what the script is. And if it wasn't a script, why would Biden bring back Kamala knowing her record is raggedy as a can of sauerkraut?
Like Sean said, it's to play on our intelligence, but nobody's going for that no more. I don't even care what they do. That's not my concern.
Exactly.
I don't care nothing about that stuff. You know, that stuff is dead.
It is.
It's nothing but dead. And they're playing on dead minds. That's what they're doing. You know, and there's nothing I can do about that. As much as I try to pass on information to try to wake our people up out of this spell in, you know, some going to get it and some is not going to get it. They tell us that in any book you read, that everybody's not going to make it.
Yeah. And
that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I agree with Sean. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, there's other stuff I could elaborate on, but I'm going to give somebody else room to talk before you get into the lesson. So I appreciate you letting me on.
Oh, thank you for your call, brother. It was good hearing your voice.
Yes.
All right.
Well, you can tell it's not my first time.
No. I remember you. I remember you. Peace and love, brother.
Okay, God and God.
Okay, Brother Sean, I'm going to bring on 832, or do you have Sis Lioness on?
She's connected with me.
Oh, okay. So did she want to put something on it before I bring on Brother 832? Or you want me to bring on Brother 832? It's up to you all.
She should be able to speak. I don't know if she has herself on mute.
He can go first. Because, you know, first in, first out. And thank you.
Okay, sis. I wanted to be fair. I didn't know how long you was hanging on. So, all right, Brother 832. No, okay.
It's cool. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Brother 832. I'm finna put you on. I'm going to dip out for just a second, but I know y'all got it. Peace and love, brother.
Brother! Sandra! My sisters from other misters, feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
Young blood, before I speak to that great spirit from the millennial generation Z essence of our people. My conversation tonight, the headlines is correcting your status. Now, if Rhonda stepped away, I don't know, Sandra or Sean, if you were hearing from this brother. Now, I'm not talking about professing Christianity. I'm just using them as a talking point. We are probably familiar with the terminology rapture and the manner in which white evangelical Christians are claiming those left behind. Would either of you like to comment on that before I drop a bomb on it?
Well, yeah, they do that. Go ahead, brother.
Well, what I'm listening to that young blood describe, and she who walks in the mist, side by side, male and female, essence and spirit, is how people cannot raise up to a certain point. The Christian ethic they try to teach us is this pie in the sky, by and by, follow white Jesus on the cross.
Exactly.
Okay, that's for those barely ignorant folk that might be listening to our conversation, which most of them not. That's the 95 to 98% Youngblood was talking about. That's who's left behind. It's just that simple. Whether you call it ascending, whether you call it higher plane, the 9 realms, remember that from the Avengers series, Sean? And Thor, and Asgard, and Middle Earth, and, they've got all these kind of spins on it. One of the response to Youngblood is at the end of this month, because they trying desperately to put us back in the movie theaters, to put us back into the coma, to make us blue pill like Cypher, he says, go back into the Matrix. They got a movie around, I can't do a review on it because it ain't been released yet, but they call it The New Mutants. Have you seen that?
What's it called?
They're advertising The New Mutants. This is the X-Men that Youngblood was referring to. Yeah, and they're pushing hard to have that as a theatrical release by the end of this month. Did you see, in a similar fashion, what they're attempting to do with Mulan? That's the Asian persuasion of it. If you remember the cartoon character from Disney that they refer to as Mulan. They're trying desperately to push theatrical releases to get us back in the theaters because they're on the verge of bankruptcy like Sears, Macy's, JCPenney. Did you know Bezos is proposing to buy JCPenney's?
Wait, who is?
I guess I'll just
Visa? Did you say Visa?
Amazon.
Bezos.
Yeah, Amazon. Amazon is proposing to buy. I'll put this as a sublet of the fuckery report that Brother John.
I like that, the fuckery report.
The attempt by them to move back from the Matrix, if you will, using that analogy, from the virtual world into the physical world. They have bought Whole Foods. They have undermined their contract with the postal services by bringing their own fleets of vehicles. They will breathe life into JCPenney, so that will become a portal for their online shopping and fashion, if you will. So you have a brick and mortar, a physical storefront to go somewhere. Now, having commented on the postal service, and I know y'all will go with, discussing with the chicanery of bringing in, a crony and a campaign to purposely slow down, the mail. But the real trick of this, if people weren't paying attention, the Mnuchin didn't give them a line item budget that is traditional for the Postal Service. He extended a loan. Did you know that? I think it was something like $10 billion or whatever. You know what the fine print of that loan was?
What?
I must look into your books. I must see the contract that the Postal Services have. Now, you have heard, as you say, Rhonda, Trump card, repeatedly attack Jeff Bezos, first for buying the Washington Post, and secondly for trying to, he would say, Jew down, and you know what I mean by that, contract relationship for doing his, online shopping in whatever contract there is with the Postal Service. So Mnuchin backdooring the situation in the last coronavirus legislation, or actually the first one that was passed back in March, where they set the Postal Service up by defunding the Post Service, not this bullshit in the streets we claim to trying to defund the police. They are already defunding the Postal Service. They have threatened to defund the schools, to terrorize parents, and turning their children over to be a part of Youngblood's description of the zombie apocalypse. Okay, so now, having said those things, these are all scenarios. They're disconnected sounding or disjointed in how I'm speaking it, but they are all connected to who will be left behind. Now, the people that push this agenda are the Jerry Falwells, the Pat Roberts. You know what I'm saying? Those Billy Graham / Franklin Graham.
Exactly,
right,
them
right.
old school gospel preachers. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what rapture / left behind. Okay, so I just said that to kind of tie a bow in what Youngblood was saying. All right. Those Christian Negroes ain't listening to us. All right.
Right.
Those are the ones that he's talking about, and you have also just referred. That's going to repeat.
Right.
Rinse, wash, repeat.
Yeah.
Rinse, wash, repeat. Now, if you're going into continuing our discussion this week, because I know it seems to have a lot of difficulty sometimes to us actually get to white trash, the untold
we have so much
400-year history of class in America. I have to tie in something that you said last week. I'm not saying I'm in disagreement. I just want to put my spin on what I believe is clarity. All right. You made a kind of off-color and offhand remark about the Chickasaws and told the Negro, I'm going to say the Negro Indian, that hugged up, I think the word is used, hugged up with the Federal Army when you were at that point in reading, the rest of it. But here's what I want you to consider, all right? The 5 civilized tribes. Let me say that one more time, Evan. The 5 civilized tribes. Cherokee, Choctaw. You know why I'm pronouncing this one. Chickasaw, Creek, Seminole. Okay, circle back. What is civilized about those 5 tribes? So I understood your initial reaction when you said, I ain't hating on the Chickasaws for kicking them to the curb. You think you said the actual thing, you said kick rocks. Okay, but just bear with me for a moment, all right? If they are civilized, by definition, they are under white supremacist control.
Exactly.
They were the $5 Indians.
Yeah.
They were and are the fraud imposters, as in Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, as in all of the so-called Plains Indians from Oklahoma north to Big Sky Country, North and South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming. Okay. Right. These people not only were in the contract, as Sandra talks about, as Sean reiterated tonight, they had slaves. So anyone who had slaves within the so-called 5 civilized tribal nations, what should that tell you first and foremost in your thinking? Obviously, the slaves were motivated on getting that ass whooping off of their back. Now, I'm not saying agree or disagree with them joining the Northern Union troops, who then stabbed them in the back, as you described, Rhonda, in your reading the documentation. And then they get sent back where? Where are they going to go? Their own homeland. Remember, they have already been displaced in the Trail of Tears. And in the process of displacement from the southeast, what we call now North, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and as our good chief brother, Cloud Rainbow Walker, told us specifically what happened with his grandfather. Specifically, what Sandra said about her Ouachita grandfather being run out of Louisiana. Specifically, what Sister Cheryl said about, notice I keep saying grandparent, who was killed for refusing to sell his 500 acres. Again, where does that leave our American Indian ancestors? I think the colloquial phrase is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Okay? So I'm not saying this, to judge what your response was, Rhonda. I'm saying when we unravel this stuff, the devil is in the details, okay? But for me, it's just me, my little 2 cents, my story I'm sticking with. I don't want the motherfucking devil at all.
I agree.
Okay? So I want, like Sean says every week, I want all, and you know I said this is a joke when we first started this journey of our conversation, even getting into the chapters of white trash, the untold 400-year history of class in America. And that last call for alcohol, you know, you ain't got to go home. But you got to get the fuck up out of here.
Hey.
I don't care where you go, but you got to go. So now, these, remember, only 5 civilized tribes out of how many thousands of tribal nations? And keeping the timeline, since you're now on the crux of the Civil War, if you're going to get into the book and the chapter tonight, we are talking 1820 to 1860. Okay? 1860 is the election of honest Abraham Lincoln. Africanus the First, he was called during the campaign of becoming the president of the United States of America. We are also talking about, I saw a very interesting little clip a friend sent me on WhatsApp. We can always get more and bring more information in because we were taught nothing. So everything we are getting, it is a new chapter of exposing and of expression.
Indeed.
Are you aware of it? The term of this video, and I have to probably go back to YouTube, and it might be titled that way in YouTube, is How They Stole Mexico. Are you hip to that one? This is because this is something Sandra and I sit together in Tejas. Sandra, they went back to 1836 to 1845, right? That 9-year period is the creation of the Texas Republic, right? Okay? The separate nation of the Texas Republic. Do you know what the criminal president of the United States of America, James Polk, did at that moment in time?
No.
There was disputed land they claimed between the Texas Republic and what we see on the map today now, the completion across to Cali, through New Mexico, through Arizona, all of California. There was that unclaimed, if you will, in using their thoughts, their thing, because they think they claimed every fucking thing, in the agenda of Manifest Destiny and Go West Young Man, okay? So at that moment in time, again, between 1836 and 1845, the creation of the Texas Republic, the Mexican government had recruited settlers to come to certain portions in what we call Texas today to try to use that opportunity to get them to develop land and extract taxes out of the situation. So you see the scenario that I'm describing, right? Okay?
Right.
So they then recruited these fork-tongued, pale-faced devils that our ancestors called them when they first came in contact with them. And to come into this territory, and of course, how do you think that turned out? We kind of know the end of that story, right? So they then turned on the Mexican government and then claimed it for themselves. They then did what we now have referred to as the beginning process of Six Flags over Texas. And it's not an amusement park, okay? But the existence of the Republic of Texas. It then became a linchpin. This became a leverage that James Polk used. He sent about 80 federal troops, if you will, to the territory just outside of what was, by the moment, for the moment in time, accepted, if you will, or acknowledged by the Mexican government, was considered Tejas. All right? But the disputed land, they still considered Mexico. They send over 15,000 troops to jack over a less than 100 group of settlements, okay? Killed maybe about 11, captured maybe another 80. So what does that become then? A trigger event, correct?
Right.
Sound familiar? Sound like Pearl Harbor, FDR?
Mm-hmm.
Sound like the Gulf of Tonkin, LBJ? Right. Sound like a traditional script of an excuse to do the bloodletting, murderous, warmongering campaign you intended to do all along? That's what then happened, where they were able to go completely over to California, because the agenda that was stated by Polk coming into his administration is get California. So what's the misdirection? They went down to Brownsville. Sandra, you know where Brownsville is.
Yeah.
Brownsville is the furthest southern tip of Tejas, just crossing the Rio, river, the Rio Grande, to the border with Mexico, Rhonda. That became the physical barrier that you're hearing all this discussion of the wall, as far as Texas is concerned, right? Then they worked their way all the way through New Mexico, Arizona, and the entire state of California, so that now the nation was being brought coast to coast. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we have seen, though we weren't aware of at the time. Again, repeating the timeline, 1836 to 1845. Okay, what's going on at the same time? Just a decade prior to that, with Andrew Jackson and the Seminole Nation, and the 50-year war, the bloodiest slave rebellion in Florida that Andrew Jackson was involved with for more than 20 years of his military experience, and the infamous Trail of Tears that we talk about now, that has created what? Again, we said the 5 civilized tribes. What's the first requirement for them becoming civilized, Ron? Convert to Christianity?
Voting.
What's the second requirement?
Voting.
Create a constitution. Now, this is what was done by the Cherokees, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They created their own language, right?
Yeah.
They established their own constitution, right?
Yeah.
And then they converted to white man's God. Okay, and then what was the third thing that you were required to do to be civilized? Put some niggas in chains. Are you feeling what I'm saying here now? So, having replicated the agenda, I know I'm wandering a bit here, but I'm just, again, reiterating what you said about what the Chickasaw Nation said. Well, you can't come back in because you ran over to the enemy's camp, and the perception is they were a part of the rebellion of the Confederacy, of the states who seceded, which they were not, by the way. Again, remember, they're going to Oklahoma Territory, right, Sandra? They're going to what supposedly is Indian Territory. They are also outside of the seceded states of the Confederacy of the South. But what are they doing exactly the same as the crackers in the antebellum South? They are holding slaves, right?
Yeah.
And what did the Creeks say? The Creeks said, well, I'm not sure I'm going to have slavery in a similar fashion as the Chickasaw. The Chickasaw said, I'll be damned if you take my slaves from me. Does that sound familiar? What did we say to the seceding from the Southern crackers from South Carolina and Fort Sumter all the way through to the Texas Republic that's right now in the midst of still in Mexico? They brought slaves with them, too. This is where the problem came with Mexico, right? That the settlers they recruited brought slavery into the territory, but slavery was outlawed in Mexico. You see? So when we continue to have this conversation going forward, the slave narrative is continuously perpetuated, specific and exclusive to the Negro. So then what is the Negro? The African Negro or the American Negro? You see? When I keep stressing Indian not taxed, we have to come to understanding what that truly means. Who are the Indians not taxed? And what is the tax? Let's be a little bit more specific. What is the black tax? You feel me? So the tax being voluntarily agreed to is you niggas being slaves. You feel me, sister? So the Indians who are taxed are now the Negro, correct? And the Negro is now the African. Now, I'll tie this in a bow with this little bit here. Now, I'm sure both of you are, well, you and Sean and Sandra are aware that the 13th Amendment that we claim involuntary servitude, neither involuntary servitude nor slavery shall exist except a person being duly convicted of a crime, right? That word except just says their slavery exists, correct? So in that 12th section of the 20 original articles of that, as a matter of fact, the 13th Amendment is the only one that was ratified by all the colonial states at the end of the war.
Right.
The 14th Amendment is questionable, and the 15th Amendment was not actually ratified, just like the 16th Amendment for taxation and IRS was never ratified.
Right.
But those original 20 sections that were ratified into law and then reduced to only 2 so it would not be known by the public, the 12th article said, descendants of Africans shall never be citizens. Now, I know the 3 of you are aware of that fact. So in the Organic Constitution, as Sean keeps talking about regularly, the 13th Amendment states and declares that descendants of Africans shall never be citizens. Does it sound like what's going on and being hollered about with Black Lives Matter? Does it sound like as phony as Trump calls Kamala Harris, claiming, after stating all these other immigrant groups, the faggots, the lesbians, and what is it Claude Anderson says, the midgets, the humpbacks, the disabled, and all the immigrant groups said, this is what her acceptance speech said, have come to accept that Black Lives Matter. What does that mean?
Nothing.
Yes, it does. That means we're last. Okay? It means we were the last in consideration, the last uttered out of her mouth, and she ain't black.
Yeah.
Because if you notice, they hurried up and found some East Indian American women all in tears, loving the fact that the first South Asian American, because that's how it's being reported now, the first South Asian American is being put on a major ticket. Woman of color as an over-expansion and all-encompassing phrase.
Right.
And the very next day, did you notice the sister in pink, who they keep drawing a clip when that white boy bum rushed the stage and she jumped up in between her and him taking the microphone from her during her presidential campaign? Do you remember that incident?
Yeah, I remember that incident. Mm-hmm.
And her name is Jean Pierre or something like that last name. You know how she was reported on Democracy Now? The Haitian American lesbian will now be her chief of staff.
Child, I just
the Haitian American lesbian will now be her chief of staff. So, you know, I know y'all understand what I'm describing, but I'm saying for the ignorant masses, you know, under the blue pill, the matrix spell, you know, who are all ecstatic and orgasming, this white man out of his mouth said, I'm talking about Biden, the Irish Catholic, said that he was the bridge to the future. Now, can you tell me what white man stands between the black Kenyan Kansan and the beige Jamaican Tamil East Indian called black man and woman? What white man stands between the so-called black man and woman? The overseer? What white man is a bridge to the future, which is Back to the Future? Remember that movie, Back to the Future? Which means the past is prologue, the past is present, is the future.
Right.
And that white man, the overseer, what did he have in his hand between the black man and the woman? The whip.
Yep.
And the Holy Bible. And during one presentation, the stage announcement, I think you commented on that, Sandra. What was the first words out of this white man's mouth to her as she was on screen? You ready to go to work? Mammy? The help? Many day bone no flipping? And what was her immediate response? I'm ready to do whatever Joe says. She said that in her acceptance speech as well, didn't she?
Child, I didn't listen
so
to
when
that
I
mess,
thought,
but okay.
Well, that's fine, because I immediately called my good Jamaican brother to ask him, okay, who is this phony Jamaican that they're now calling it now.
Well,
I mean, I asked them, and what they say on the island, you know, they call them coolies, right?
Okay.
You know what coolies are? The coolies are the Indians from India and the Chinese.
Got you.
And what he explained to me, and remember I said this before, 1950 is when colonial England renamed Hindustan to India.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So, how old was her mama, Shamala? Okay? And getting to the island of Jamaica and giving birth to her. Now, this is a quick thing, and I'll wrap up this in reverse on the timeline. On her birth certificate, if you haven't seen it, her mother and her father were both 26 years of age. She was born in 1964. India, who we know today, in 1950, was named that. So how old would her mama be in 1950? Backwards, that would be 12. So when did she get to Jamaica? If she was born in India before it was named India, and she was 12 years of age. You feel what I'm saying?
I feel
and then
you.
she gets to the island of Jamaica. Neither her or Kamala's father, they didn't meet to Berkeley. Okay, and he was considered a student and a teacher at the University of Berkeley, and that's where they met together. And at 26, give birth to her in 1964. When did the independence of Jamaica happen? 1962. You feel me? So,
I feel you.
what he explained to me in passing was the coolies that they call them on the island. The Indians were allowed to do jewelry. The Chinese were allowed to sell food, like Chinatown, a restaurant. And the Assyrians, this is for you, Sister Sandra, were the haberdashers. And what are they? The tailors. The fashion. Okay? So, just a little sidebar, Rhonda. In Jamaica, the colonial pyramid, with, you know, the white overseers and the British representatives, the loyal subjects, the ambassador to the next or whatever, are at the pinnacle, right? And the caste system, which is what India has, and her parents participated in Jamaica, the Indians, the Chinese, and the Assyrians were the shopkeepers, the merchants, and preventing the people on the land, the indigenous untouchables, as they say in the caste system of India, at the bottom, they prevented them from having their own businesses. So what was the reaction? Rastafari, smoking a blunt, and rebelling. That's what reggae music is.
Right.
It is the shout, like the Wailers, from Bob Marley and the Wailers. It is the lamentation, the screaming from oppression. Now, when we get ready, as I said at the beginning of my conversation tonight, to correct our status, young blood, we listening to you. She who walks in the mist, we desperately need you. But as Rhonda has said, it's going to be probably less than 1% of these baby boomers who are fucked up, completely ingrained in this made in America shit. Because what was the first thing made in America? The nigga. And I yield.
Indeed, Brother 832. Thank you so much. And she who walks among the mist, sis is in the queue. But before I come to you, just quick, Epic Soul says her father is a British born Jamaican or Jamaican. Now, using Brother Sean's remember the material we went over, family, about them British and Irish melanated folks that came to the Americas. Okay, so you had some that came over because they were being chased out and they wanted to leave from political oppression. So if you're talking about the Brits and the melanated ones, more than likely they were the Jacobites. the Jacobites that wanted King James and them, the stewards, to stay on the throne. All right, that was on the Brit side. And then the Irish, the melanated Irish, were being kicked out as well. Okay, they were literally being kicked out of Ireland. And then some of them just were starving because Europe was in a depression because of all the wars and just piss poor management. So folks wanted to get the hell out of there and signed up for them indentured servant contracts. All right. So some of them that came over, of course, and I'm talking melanated, I want us to always be clear of whom we're speaking about. Because that's part of the reason we got in the mess that we're in now. Not knowing who is whom. Okay? You did have, and you still have, melanated elitists who was running them plantations. Now, based on the receipts that folks pulled on Carmela's folk, one fashion of her folk that owned slaves in Jamaica back up in the day. So that tells me that her particular line had some type of clout. They had some type of connections in order to hold that position of power. So even the caste system that they speak of in India, that's the same damn system of the Brits and Europe. It's the same system. Hell, it's the same system here in the Americas. They just lie and say it ain't, but it's the same shit. It's a caste system. So these are the same players. They just swapped out faces for now. The face that you see is a white face. But it's the same system. It's the same system. So why I'm so strong about the war between the indigenous melanated Indians, American Indians, amongst each other, because it did happen. It did. White folks they weren't running shit. That's just the reality. Those are the receipts. They were not running shit. They started to be put into those positions of power after the last wars. Hell, Andrew Jackson was melanated. And we're going to get into tonight based on, and thank you, Brother Caramel, for the receipts. Thank you, brother. We're going to get on Hamilton. Those were melanated folks. That kingdom was melanated. Those confederacies were built by melanated folk. So, but anyhow, all right, let me go on. Let me bring on Sis She, who walks among the mist. I know you got to get them babies, so let me shut the hell up and bring you on. Peace and love,
that was perfect timing. Peace, love, honor. I am so happy to be on, y'all. I've been listening the whole time. Brother 832 and Brother 678. Y'all is on it. God don't it, y'all on it.
Good to hear your voice, sis.
Likewise, I think us millennials, us young folk, we want to do so much to help humanity, and we don't have the resources, and we get stumped.
Yeah.
We get stumped. Sister Lioness, she was talking about being a real estate agent out in California, and I'm a real estate agent out here in Nevada, and one of my biggest things is I just want to give my people their land back. Like, forget the agency relationship. Like, how do I activate that? How can I use my real estate experience and help my people who are suffering, who have rights to this land and are living in projects in large buildings where they can't even social distance if they wanted to, because they pressing the same elevator button and opening the same door as the hundreds of people that live in that one building. You know, they don't deserve to live in those conditions. They are melanated people who have rights to this land, and they're stuck too. So it's like, how do I use my profession to help my people? And I get so stumped. But you know, just activating what I can. So teaching my children, growing my garden in the backyard, and just, you know, doing the little things. It helps, but it's still,
Right.
you know, there's still this little level of depression that is there, because you want to do so much. You want to bring your people together. You want to stop the suffering. You want to free the little homies out of jail who've been sitting in there for nonviolent crimes, getting beat up and stabbed by violent criminals. The system is so jacked up, and it needs to crumble really fast. But the people who keep it going have no intention on crumbling it. They want to continue to make America great again. And, you know, there's so many facets of America that aren't great. And I'm just, you know, I'm not a Trump supporter like Valentine says, Dr. Phil Valentine. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Right.
I don't
right.
feel like I do. I don't feel like anyone is speaking up and saying the right words. They need to be speaking and saying indigenous people of America, indigenous people of the world. Like those words aren't being spoken.
Exactly.
The UNDRIP document is not being spoken to. So those people who claim to, you know, be Black Lives Matter or melanated or whatever, that are in positions of power, they are all incompetent, and they all need to go. And I think Donald Trump realizes the incompetency of a lot of these people, but I don't know, like that dream that I had, that meditation that I had when he said, we've been waiting for y'all to wake up. Like, I honestly feel like Donald Trump is like, where y'all at, folks? Come through with your headdresses on. Please come help me. I can't drain the swamp by myself.
Right.
But there is a brother. I'm just here to make you think. I forget his name.
Dane Calloway.
He had put out Dane Calloway. He put out something. I think it was a day or two ago, maybe a week ago. But it was the name of it was from Puck magazine, I want to say, and it was Uncle Sam standing in front of the class, and he was pointing. Did you guys catch that? He was pointing.
I
at
haven't had a chance to see the video yet.
Oh, sis, you gotta see it. You gotta see it.
Okay.
He broke down. It was okay. So in the image, it's an 1899 image that is in the Library of Congress. It comes from a magazine. I think the name of the magazine was Puck magazine. January 25th, 1899, and he Uncle Sam was standing there, and there was 4 new kids in the class. One was Hawaii, one was Puerto Rico, one was Philippines, and the other one was Hawaii, Philippines, Puerto Rico. It was one more. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, he was basically explaining what happened. Like the Indian that was sitting in the corner was holding a document upside down, and it said CBA on it, which he kind of interpreted it to mean collective bargaining agreement, and how they basically made bargains and agreements to allow these states to do what they did, and to allow the brainwashing of the people to keep them as employees to the state. So, yes, you are absolutely right when you say, you know, some of these so-called indigenous people or Native American tribes have a lot to do with the fuckery that we're dealing with today. And I don't know if the Indian Bureau of Affairs or whatever the hell that institution is called, but they need to be called out. publicly.
Absolutely. And those that sit on the reservation today, known as Native Americans, they sit up and let them get away with it. So that whole setup is just a straight joke. But in those people's defense of today, not all of them, probably most of them, were not involved in those quote, quote, agreements. They weren't involved in those. They came after the fact. It was very little of them that was involved in the original ones. Those that were cutting the deals, the melanated indigenous ones, they got double crossed.
Right. So the Indian Bureau Affairs people, they need to do something to correct the status of the people who've been crossed now.
And they won't.
They need to do something.
They won't, because that agency is set up to keep out the indigenous people. And to be quite frankly, they got such a horrible deal. I don't want none of that. I don't want any of it.
They call it a corporation.
Yeah, it's a corporation. It's so bad, sis. I can just speak for it firsthand. Just doing my genealogy research, you see the fraud clear as day. How can my ancestors show up on the census as mulatto and then black, mulatto, black. Then I turn around the next census, I said, well, let me go check these Indian records for this area during that time frame. They show up on the Indian rolls as white, and one of the father shows up as white, but he black over here now. He black over here. The mulatto relative shows up as Indian on the Indian records. The dad shows up as white. And all of the children that were black over here on the census now, black. Matter of fact, they didn't even bring over all of the children. They only brought over one, the junior. He shows up as 1/4 mixed Indian. And this was on one of the rolls out west. None of my people moved out west. So that tells me that it was a clear case of identity theft out the gate.
Absolutely.
So our folks got double crossed. That was cutting them agreements with them. And that system is never going to be, that BIA, that whole crap, that it's never going to be for us. It's never going to be for us. And quite frankly, we don't need their permission. But I'm sorry, go ahead on, sis.
I just feel like, just for the record, I feel like, Donald Trump, he's draining all these swamps. He's getting rid of all this corruption. That's one of it that needs to go. He needs to go on ahead and drain the swamp of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and that needs to be gone. All they little revenues that they get, that needs to be gone. I'm so sick of it. It's ridiculous. It's sickening to see what they doing. And then on top of it, a lot of them folks, they got their actual tribal members, they're being sex trafficked too.
Yeah, they are. And they living in poverty. They're in worse poverty than the quote, quote, melanated people on them reservations.
Big time.
It's sad.
I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
That's karma for the identity. Now, see, people bringing stuff on themselves and then playing victim.
That's a good point,
You
brother.
can't say people playing victim and blaming other people when they consent to it. You're not here to save everybody, sis.
That's right. That's right.
It's not going to happen. Forget about it.
Right.
There's
well,
nothing.
Maybe the feeling is not so much to save everybody, but I guess the arguing amongst the woke folks is like, why can't us woke folks just work together diligently and bring about the change that, you know, we all see? We all meditate.
Everybody ain't woke.
Everybody ain't woke. It's only 1% out of that 5%.
I just feel like their egos be getting in the way too much.
Yeah, but
they
that's
be
not
so
woke, right? That's not woke. Knowledge, it does not constitute wokeness.
I got you.
Quit giving your energy to that. That's keeping you in the matrix.
Yep.
All that is part of the matrix. Information is the rabbit hole. You can sit up and exchange information for eternity.
True that.
And never get out.
True that.
That's not your battle.
Yes, Morpheus.
Concentrate.
I'm listening.
You have to concentrate on you. Period.
Yes.
Yep.
If others can't follow your example or aren't vibrating at your frequency, they're not supposed to. They're not ready yet.
That's right.
They may not be here for that. Just like in every movie, you got actors who play the good guys, the actors who play the bad guys.
Yep, and the fence riders.
And some people are here to play the bad guy. Some people like things the way that they are. That's why you hear people that cut deals.
Yep.
But to keep using any of those agencies, no matter whether it's a Indian or whatever, it's all part of the system.
Yep.
It's all going to go. It's all already gone. So stop giving it life. We don't need them to acknowledge anything.
Nope.
Everything that they're writing is sealing their fate.
Yes, it is.
It's their confession to the universe of all the crimes that they've committed.
That's right.
We don't belong
you're
in those
absolutely right.
places.
You're absolutely right. Well, I ain't
just
going to keep y'all.
Okay, well, before
You're
you
not
go,
keeping us, sis.
yeah,
I did want to tell y'all about my census experience. So
Okay.
I was outside shooting bow and arrows with the children yesterday, and the census guy went to my neighbor's house and was talking to him about taking the census. So I said he better not bring his ass over here because I'm gonna give him the business. and he saw the look on my face too when he looked over here. After he finished off with my neighbor, he walked right out that man's garage. And he didn't even look over here again. He just kept going.
He felt that vibration like, well, no, she ain't the one. Let me go on and keep it pushing. So
they shooting bow and arrows over there. They look like some Indians. I ain't going over
right.
there.
And that's what his ass probably wrote up on that paperwork, and that's good too. Purple Pill says so-called Indians could not own land. One should never confuse reservation with land. Feel me? Absolutely, Purple, because all of that, that reservation, all that stuff is held in a trust.
That's right.
YouTube acting up. But y'all keep on
sorry,
going.
I always go out there with something
No,
crazy.
you go ahead on, sis. Go ahead on.
Where I'm going.
You good? Go ahead,
I
sis.
can still hear you, sis.
Okay. So yeah, because when I checked into it, I did check into it to get registered with one of those tribes, and they have to be a part of the U.S. government, a citizen corporation, and the government holds their land in trust. This is why Trump just threw out that one tribe as off of their land. Remember that the reservation tribe, the Native Americans, start with M, I think it is. He said they don't recognize them anymore. So anyway, they had gotten their land or their reservation stuff, and now they turned around and said, nope. Trump said, no, I don't know you. So they hold that in trust. And when I went to try to do that stuff, I had to prove by my birth certificate that my people are a part of their people. And the people that I heard answer the phone, I said, you're not my people. I heard their voice. I said, no, you ain't it. So I didn't even bother to go forward with it.
Right.
Because I had my grandmother's stuff and my grandfather's death certificate and all that kind of stuff. I said, for what? All you got to look and see is my designation on my birth certificate. It says Negro. So what does that mean to you?
Right. But they don't trying to hear none of that. And even people, we must be really dropping something, baby, because they now all of a sudden the stream is getting slow on YouTube. But they're not recognizing any of that. People literally had their people's BIA cards from back up in the day, and they're like, oh, well, we don't recognize that. So, and which is a good thing. And see, that's the thing with melanated people. It wasn't meant for us, our copper color asses, to be on there anyway.
No.
It wasn't meant for us to be on there.
Because they closed the roads down anyway, so they couldn't be on there. They held them off at gunpoint. They did all kinds of stuff to prevent us from being on that. Exactly. Way back in the day. So I didn't think they're going to open their arms open wide and accept us back now. But but they have to pay. They pay their dues too. They get cheated all the time.
Absolutely. And that's why, which I don't judge anybody if that's their journey, if that's what they want to do. If they want to go head on and, try to get on those BIA rolls, that's their business. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying, I don't see the benefit.
No, there's no benefit to it at all.
I don't see the benefit.
You know what? I had a conversation with my Oklahoma sister-in-law, and because she's Indian and stuff like that. She says to me, "Y'all guys are mixed." I said, "Mixed? Mixed for what?"
Right.
So she didn't answer. She couldn't answer it because I think that's their opinion, that we've gotten mixed with other cultures, so we're really not authentic at all. This is what I'm getting, and this is why you got these different changes, mulatto to Indian, quarter Indian, and all that kind of stuff. Because that's the lie they tell us, that we're mixed with something.
Right. Well, because it was pure identity theft and switching. How the hell I'm gonna be mixed? You know what I'm saying? Now, who looks mixed here? Who looks mixed? Me or them? Because they look Asian to me.
They do to me too. And they are Asian.
You look Asian/Mexican.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now, how do I look mixed? Because my skin is clearly copper colored.
Totally.
You can line up my family, and we got the darkest of the dark to the penny, and then the bronzy to the light bronze. So
with a red hue.
Exactly, and the red bone in between. So now,
the red bone.
Who looks mixed?
Yeah.
Because the record said copper color people. Those are the original indigenous American, known as the copper color people. So now if you take my family and line them up, I can go dig up pennies and match up each one of their skin tones. So now who mixed?
I thought, what?
Yeah, no, you mixed with my lineage and another lineage, not the other way around.
He's not mixed, but obviously that's because she deals with them, all the time over there, the ones that are mixed. And I think that's their understanding that we're the mixture. Because, if you look at the Hollywood dramas, who did they put up there? The light-skinned ones. So that gave us the handle, the reputation of being the fakes. That's what it gives.
But you know what? That's the lies that people tell themselves to keep the narrative going on what they've been taught. I'll never forget, it was this lady, I was in my 20s, and she was an older lady. She was in her 50s, Caucasian Italian lady. And so her grandbaby, her daughter was about my age. She had a son. So that was the lady's grandbaby. So they came into the job one day. Beautiful little boy. So she introduced me to her daughter and the baby, and I was talking to the baby, woo, this, that, and the third. So they went on about their business. And so I asked her, I said, is your grandbaby mixed? She looked at me. No, he's not mixed. No. His dad is white. Why would you say that? I said, he looks mixed to me. I said, but I wasn't trying to take any offense. So I'm going on about my business. So as the months went by and we got more closer and cool, she said, she came back and she said, I got a confession to make. Remember when you asked me if my grandbaby was mixed? I said, yeah. Well, yeah, he is. His father is black. I said, you don't have to tell me. I'm a black woman. And you cannot tell me who my people aren't. I saw the blackness in him, so I already knew that that's not what you wanted, but I already knew what he is. So a couple of more months, my brother came to work to pick me up. Now, my brother is on the darker hue of the family. Very handsome man. 6'3", in shape, all this. Now, we in our 20s, so he was the shit. Back then. He's still the shit now, but he was really the shit back then. You should have saw her. Oh, he's so handsome. Oh, he would be perfect for my daughter. I lit that ass up, baby. I said, no. Y'all don't do blackness, remember? Your grandbaby wasn't black. So now she don't get to play over in this pot.
That's funny.
We don't play them games. No. You didn't want to recognize the blackness in your grandchild. So now that you see my beautiful, melanated brother, you can still keep that same energy, boo. The answer is no.
She should have probably got a whiff of Jane Elliott.
Yeah.
Later on in life.
Shit, I told her he's shit, he out of her league. I don't know what the fuck you think, boo. So, I mean, it is what it is, sis. We see the games for what it is, and like Brother Sean said, and I never thought of it like that, but it's a great point. It's karma for that particular group that has taken on those titles, that identity theft. And it's unfortunate because a lot of them that's suffering it, they really don't understand and know why they're suffering that fate. It's because of things that their ancestors have done, the decisions that their ancestors have done, just like us melanated folks are suffering and were suffering for the choices and decisions our ancestors made. So,
The thing is,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother.
we're in the age of knowing. They
True
have
that.
no excuses. They know where their ancestors came from. They even got an article. They even got an article out where they got this super pale Native American, and they've allegedly dated his DNA back 12,500 years to the Americans.
You talking about the man in Montana?
Yeah.
Yep.
He allegedly has the oldest DNA in the Americas. So his DNA allegedly goes back before they were even on the planet.
Yeah, you're right, Brother Sean. It's not like it's not out there, but you know, people choose to believe what they want to believe. But sis, before you go, she who walks among the midst, I do just want to thank you again for putting together the powwow, and you know, thank Brother Cloud Rainbow for showing us a lot of the traditions as well, and all of the participants. Scotty Saturn was in the house. It was great to see your face, and many others, the chieftesses. It was great for you all as well. The brother that did the beautiful music. It was really, really beautiful, family. And I know I enjoyed myself. I got a lot out of it. So we did do the book giveaway, and Brother 832, your contact from Brunswick, she was on as well. She talked about her book, and I gotta pull the name of her book because I'm gonna reach out to her and actually get her book, because we did a raffle for her book. So I'm gonna get a couple copies of her book. The Diary of the Black Rose by Tamika Lawrence. You can get it on Amazon. This is the sister from Brunswick, Georgia. The Diary of the Black Rose by Tamika Lawrence. She did say that it's raw, and I told her, hey, that's the type of family we have. We rawness. We don't be sitting up here with that it's a time and a place for that. So Sister Yida, we need your contact information, beloved, in order for us to send you your book, because you won a raffle for the Diary of the Black Rose. So please send us your contact information. But either way, Sister Tamika Lawrence, I am going to go on Amazon and buy a couple copies anyway, and we'll take it from there. So sis, she who walks among the mist, did you have anything else you wanted to put on regarding?
Yes, about the powwow. So Brother Danny, your book is on the way, and I did get your email, brother. If you're listening, your book is on the way. And also, just thank you to the chieftesses if they're listening in. It was such an honor to be in the presence of everybody. Brother Karimio and Scotty. It was just awesome, and I want to do it again, and hopefully a lot of people contacted me after the fact and was like, did I miss it? Did I miss it? And I'm like, yes, y'all did.
Yep.
Y'all color folk times.
Child, you know our people. We got to do it again, and then they gonna show up, and we even gave y'all some CP time.
Yeah, we did. So we're gonna do it again. Hopefully, I can try to plan it a little bit further in advance and try to get more artists that can come and play their music live. That really helps bring the vibrations, and all of us coming on one accord with those vibrations. So that's what that's what's important to me, just the celebration, the music, the dancing, and, you know, pausing from all the drama that we got to deal with as Indigenous people.
Indeed. You have people in the chat, in the YouTube chat, saying that they really enjoyed it. Rhonda It's Me said it was a beautiful time. I'm looking forward to the next powwow. And Sis Keisha said thank all of you for that experience. Much love, and I can't wait until the next time. What you say, Sis Keisha? I can't sing, but I'll sing. Child, you know we accept it all, baby. We accept it all. And everybody was on their best behavior, even me. I didn't MF and SB, none of that. It was really...
I think I did when that stupid idiot came on trying to troll.
You know I was hot, baby. Because I had to wind up editing that video. I had to pull it down off live, edit it, and re-upload it. I was hotter than July, baby. But that's okay, because we're going to set it up different next time for people to be on Zoom. We're going to set it up totally different next time.
Indeed. Okay. All right. Well, I'm listening for the lesson. I can't wait for the book reading, and learning some more about my culture and my history. Thank you guys for doing such an amazing job.
Oh, thank you, she who walks among the mist, for doing your part. Love you much, sis.
Peace and love, y'all.
Power.
Peace and love.
Wholeness and power.
All right, family.
Another aspect of their karma, though, is the fact that they're trying to cover it up now and trying to write themselves into history.
Child.
They still trying to keep the fraud going.
And
So
it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, and they're cursing their generations. That's the thing that's just getting me. They're cursing their generation, and the average person on those reservations, like I said, those families are living in third world conditions. We're talking alcoholism, drug abuse.
That way right now.
Huh?
China's that way right now with everything Mama throwing at them.
Yeah, baby, Mama ain't playing with China, is she? Baby, let me tell you, she ain't playing.
They said that it's over 560 million people displaced because of everything that's going on over there.
What? Wait a minute. 500 million with an M?
Yeah.
So that's half the population, because they have 1 billion folk.
Mm-hmm. It even snowed in China. In Beijing.
Child, this is, well, whew. And you know, did North Carolina have an earthquake the other day?
Yep, there's explosions going off everywhere, fires.
Yep, and Mexico had some flooding too.
And Trump said he's going to be out of the way. With all the earthquakes and everything that's going on, he got enough sense not to be in an underground bunker. And with all that activity that's going on in the sky, Trump then cut a treaty with somebody for him to be able to be up there.
Well.
Now, thing is, he's serving a divine purpose, whether he really wants to or not. But we still have to do our part. He didn't drop hints about who we are and what we should be doing. Told us we're supposed to know who we are.
Right.
He's steadily taking stuff away from the natives. He's even taken stuff from melanated tribes who have deals because they go back to the European nobility.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't even belong here or have a lawful claim
That is
to
correct.
anything. So people that's getting caught up in the color and say Trump taking stuff from the indigenous people, they ain't indigenous to here.
Right.
What are you going to do going forward as far as for a new earth? As you sign on to this system, you stuck in another 26,000 year cycle.
That's right.
They didn't already admitted it's going to be 1,000 years of peace.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the deal you want, that's fine.
Right. That's okay.
Just stop trying to pull everybody else into
Exactly. Exactly. Go on and do you. Why can't you be comfortable in your decision?
Y'all don't want to hear what we got to say, but y'all always got something to say. And we not coming on y'all platform saying shit.
Not a MFing thing.
The thing is, I guess they are vampires also. And they need more energy.
That's exactly what it is. You and I both know that's what it is. All three of us, you too, sis. We know what the deal is.
See, the whole color spectrum takes away from who was here to begin with.
Exactly.
And fuckery was going on.
Exactly.
And the fuckery is still going on, and because of complexion,
yep,
our people still will accept anything. Anything.
Yep.
And that was all part of the plan.
Absolutely it was.
Because at first we had a distrust for those who weren't us, irregardless of hue.
Exactly.
So they had to put a boogeyman in the midst. So that we let our guards down with them. They say they planned to go to sleep. They was expecting all this to happen.
Right, right.
And as you see, lawfully everything is being returned to them. But if you ain't of one of those bloodlines and you ain't signed nothing, I mean, if you really think about it, all that shit they talk about is dead because ain't nobody alive signed none of that shit.
No, not nary.
Unless you just recently signed some shit, you ain't a part of nothing.
Exactly. And use that as an opportunity to keep it that way. Rhonda, I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
If they're disqualifying you from membership, they're doing you a favor.
That's what I said. Shit.
It's not for you.
Mm-mm.
And sacred names can't be put into it. That's why they had to come up with their own versions.
Tell it, brother.
But y'all insist on putting sacred names into unnatural creations.
Tell it.
And I digress at that point.
Rhonda, it's me said, it's because we are the soul people. They need souls to come with them for survival. Every being doesn't have a soul. I agree. I agree. If we keep telling you all, it's about energy. Because if it was about anything else, if it was about money or you know, white people and all of that, they wouldn't give a damn what we do. But all I keep hearing is, melanated people, we need you to do this. We need you for the Rona study. We need y'all to vote. Why the fuck y'all need us? So that should be a clue right there. All right, so here we go. We're gonna get into this material. And sorry, y'all, I had to cut off the camera. Y'all see where they was buffering, so I gotta keep everything low. And y'all's probably tired of seeing me with my do-rag in my clinics anyway. Okay, so as I had stated, Brother Caramel laid it out. Now, we talked a couple of weeks ago when the Hamilton play came to NASDAQ's Disney, on Disney, and I was telling y'all to check it out, even if you have to just subscribe for the little month to watch it and then unsubscribe. I highly recommend it. You watch it. And because I said, even before the Hamilton play, when we was on the Black nobility stuff and with this series, that I felt that them founding fathers were at a minimum mulatto. And I said, now I ain't got the receipts for it, but that's just the way I feel. It just would only make sense to me. So as we were getting into this series, Sis Cheryl had brought up a picture that she found with some of the founding fathers on the poster. They clearly look melanated. Then Nancy Eisenberg, out of White Trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America, called Andrew Jackson tawny. So I said, okay. So I was on to something. So Brother Caramel, the wonderful researcher, the excellent researcher that he is, he dropped a video on Hamilton, the swarthy West Indian. All right. I highly encourage you to check it out. It's an hour. I'm only going to play a snippet of it because he got another bombshell in there. I'm not going to give that away. I just want to play the snippet about Hamilton being melanated. Just to give you all a taste. And then I also want to talk about his other video, the 5-hour one, where he goes over, child, y'all got to listen to that video. Damn, I need to pull the title for that one. Where he goes in on those Huguenots. That's what it is. Who are the Huguenots? And it goes over who those Moors really are and who those starts with the letter J, ends with the letter S are. Literally, the receipts are given in that particular video talking about those Huguenots. Who are the Moors? Who are the letter J people? And as we've been stating, we've been consistent. He just brought the receipts to back it up. All melanated, all roads lead to Rome. Same folks. And he goes in and he shows you how this same group of people, how they go in these areas and they start acclimating with the indigenous people. They start marrying into the culture. They start taking on those identities. Now, I ain't talking about white folks, let's be clear, because white folks ain't even in the picture yet from a power perspective. I'm talking melanated people. So this is why, flash forward a couple of centuries later, how melanated people are all confused about these titles and why and how people have been running games on others. But that video lines out everything from the conquistadors, from the Moors ruling over to Spain, to going over to Europe, over to Africa, over here. It's all there. Excellent, excellent drop on the Haguenots. Okay, so before, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. I didn't know if you want to say something. Let me try to find the picture just real quick.
No, I was muted. Did you hear something?
Yeah, I thought I heard you say something. No worries, no worries. Okay, so the picture that I'm showing now, that's the picture of Brother Caramel's video regarding them Haguenots. All right. But that's not what I was looking for, and it don't look like I'm be able to find it. I was trying to look for the one picture that Sis Cheryl sent me of the Tawny, oh, there it is. Damn, I thought I just had it. The Tawny founding fathers on that poster. Oh, shoot. I'll try to find it somewhere else. Okay, so let me go to, we'll get back to Brother Caramel's video. So hold on a second, y'all. And thank you again, Brother Caramel, for such great work. You laid both of these out. All right, so, and let me be careful because I don't want to give away the good part. I want y'all to go listen to the video to get the bombshell, baby, in this one. So this one is Alexander Hamilton, the swarthy West Indian. Oh, let me try to show it. Hold on, y'all. You know I got to do double duty. I got to play it in two places. Oh, why didn't it pick up there? Hold on a second, family. All right, hold on. Everything's running slow. Work with me, system. All right, let me mute this one out. All right. Okay, let me try to play it. All right. Oh, damn, I gotta show the screen, y'all. I'm sorry, shit.
I thought it was just me.
Ciao.
Great to see so many people interested in the real Alexander Hamilton. The real Alexander Hamilton. very excited to share with you my new book, Discovering Hamilton, 40 chapters of newly discovered information about Alexander Hamilton, his grandparents, John Fawcett and Mary Uppington, his father, James Hamilton, his mother, Rachel Fawcett Levine Hamilton, his uncle, James Liddon, a previously unknown aunt and her children who are Hamilton's first cousins.
Oh, wow. Much love and respect to everyone out there tuned in right now. So, Aunt Jemima, right? So, did that guy just say that Alexander Hamilton's aunt is Aunt Jemima? All right, we'll get back to that. All right, so before we start the video, though, let's learn a little bit about Alexander Hamilton and his origins, or what they tell us in these books, right? Who he is. Now, before I do that, we're gonna start out with Benjamin Franklin again, just like we did in the other videos, just to remind everybody in case somebody's new here or just get the idea going, and what he said about the world in the 1700s still. So this is the book Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, and etc. by Benjamin Franklin. This was a 1755 version, but this was written in 1751, right? He talks about why we're going to Germanize the people of America, because they were actually swarthy Germans, because they're not the same complexion as he is. And so he says, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny, all right? All Africa, black or tawny. Asia is chiefly tawny, so Asia too. America, exclusive of the newcomers, holy soul, so even America is tawny. And in Europe, what's going on in Europe, Benjamin Franklin, he tells us that the Spaniards, the Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The rest of Europe, he said, remember we got this already and we proved it. We saw all those so-called anthropological books from Europe describing the original inhabitants as swarthy black people, little dark men as they call them in many places, very short, 5 feet, 4 feet, 8, 4 feet 5, people that are very dark skinned. All right, so just a reminder of that before we get started. All of Europe was tawny. All these Europeans were swarthy, or so-called black, dark skin, right? They weren't all white. Again, we're just going to start out with some books, what they say about his origins real quick, just to get an idea of his origins, right? So let's just read from different books, see what they say. So this one is Alexander Hamilton by George Chia. This was written in 1880, all right? And it says here, Alexander Hamilton, the ablest American jurist and statesman of the early constitutional era of the United States, was born at the island of Nevis. Right, he was born in the Caribbean, in the island of Nevis, one of the Antilles under the dominion of England, on January 11, 1757. Now, this date is debated. We're going to hear that, right? It's debated, and they're actually saying it's January 11, 1755, actually, right? His father was a Scotch immigrant who had settled at St. Christopher, where he engaged in mercantile business. His mother was the daughter of a Huguenot named Fawcett. Oh, now we just got the Huguenot video, right? If you didn't watch that video, make sure to get that video or watch it after this video so you can understand who the Huguenots really were. Again, his mother, Alexander Hamilton's mother, was a Huguenot, right? Of the Fawcett family, right? So Huguenots, again, are really AKA Sephardi Jews and Moors, Moriscos, Moors. Huguenots are Moors and Sephardi Jews, dark melanated people, swarthy people, just like Benjamin Franklin just stated to us. So what do we get out of this? Is that Alexander Hamilton was born in the Caribbean and his mother is a Huguenot. All right, are you following me so far? Now we got this other book, says Alexander Hamilton by James Schuler. Now it says here, the origin and antecedents of this prodigy among the makers of America possess a fascinating interest, though clouded withal as to actual facts. All right, so it's a very interesting story, but there's a lot of mystery in his origin. It's clouded without as to actual facts. In the little island of Nevis, one of the West Indies occupied by Great Britain, which rises cone-like out of the ocean, somewhat in outline like the Scotch mountain peak from whence its name was derived. Alexander Hamilton was humbly ushered into existence on January 11, 1757. Again, that's debated, 1755, for a career of precocity, destined to end when he was scarcely 47. All right, so again, another book letting us know that Alexander Hamilton is a West Indian, born in the Caribbean, right? I'm going to read from this book real quick. It's Alexander Hamilton from Ron Chernow, right? And he says here, Rachel and her mother, Rachel is the mother of Alexander Hamilton, says here, decided to start anew at St. Croix, where James and Anne Lytton had prospered, building a substantial estate outside the capital, Christiansted, called the Grange. The Lyttons likely introduced them to another newcomer from Nevis, a Dane named Johann Michael Levine or Levi, right? He was a Jew. They try to say he wasn't, but at that time, it wasn't very convenient to, like proclaim yourself to be Jewish, so it was more convenient to be Christian or anglicized, all right? So he was a Dane that was basically given or made, they made Rachel basically marry him, his mom, because remember, she's Jewish too, she's a Huguenot, she's a Jew. And so this is an arranged marriage between Jewish people who had peddled household goods and now aspired to planter status. The name Levian can be Sephardic, all right, can be what? A Sephardic variant of Levine. But if he was Jewish, he managed to conceal his origins, all right? He managed to conceal. Had he presented himself as a Jew, the snobbish Mary Fawcett would certainly have squelched the match in a world that frowned on religious no less than interracial marriage. So they're trying to say she's not Jewish, but she's a Huguenot, right? And her name's also, there's a lot of Sephardic history in her family. From fragmentary evidence, Levine emerges as a man who dreamed of plucking sudden riches from the New World, but stumbled, like others, into multiple disappointments. The year before he met Rachel, he squandered much of his paltry capital on minor St. Croix sugar plantation. On this island of Grand Estates, a profitable operation required 50 to 100 slaves, something beyond the reveries of the thinly capitalized Levine. He then lowered his sights appreciably and, trying to become a planter on the cheap, acquired a 50% stake in small cotton plantation. He ended up deeply hooked to the Danish West India and Guinea Company. Beyond her apparent physical allure, Rachel Fawcett must have represented a fresh source of ready cash for Levine. Right, she had money, he had money a little bit, right, or supposedly. So it was an arranged marriage by her mom. Again, in the book it says, for Alexander Hamilton, Johann Michael Levine was the certified ogre of his family saga. He wrote, a Dane, a fortune hunter of the name of Levine, Hamilton's spelling, came to Nevis bedizened with gold and paid his address to my mother, then a handsome young woman having a snug fortune. In the 18th century, a snug fortune signified one sufficient for a comparatively easy life. Another, right? So that's the story behind this Alexander Hamilton's mom, Rachel, before she supposedly met his dad, James Hamilton. She was married to this Jewish guy. Remember, she was Jewish, so she's a Huguenot. There's a Sephardic background behind the Fawcetts too, right? I'm going to read from this book now, Alexander Hamilton by Jacob Ernest. Book, because my ambition is so prevalent. It says, well over 2 centuries after his birth, Alexander Hamilton's infancy, childhood, and early adolescence remained shrouded in mystery. Again, it's a mystery. He seldom spoke of them, and when obliged to do so, as to his children, he provided a romantically reticent, carefully edited version. The reason is clear. He was illegitimate, all right? Hamilton, the son of Rachel Fawcett Levine, or Levi, and James Hamilton, was born on the small West Indian island of Nevis. If, as tradition has it, James Hamilton, a younger son of an ancient and still prominent Scottish family, went to the West Indies to seek his fortune, his adventure was an abysmal disappointment. He went from job to job, holding none long, and perhaps from woman to woman, although the records speak only of Rachel. Her previous marriage had ended in an ugly divorce suit instituted by her strangled husband, John Michael Levine. All right, he was imprisoned because she didn't want to be with the arranged marriage with this guy, John Michael, who was a lot older than her. She was unhappy. She couldn't divorce because the laws were so strict back then. There was like no laws to divorce and all that. And so she just lived somewhere else, and then he finally had it and reported her. He was put to jail with the dude she was living with. We're going to talk about that. Right, so it says Rachel had met Lavigne on a visit to her sister Anne, the wife of James Lytton, a rich planter in the Danish island of St. Croix. All the assiduity of Hamilton scholars has managed to uncover little of certainty about Lavigne, presumably a Danish immigrant, presumably he's Jewish Danish. Not even the correct spelling of the name. It is clear, not even the correct spelling of the name, right, because it's Levi. It is clear, however, that from the outset of their marriage, John and Rachel were on a collision course. The wreckage was made public after 4 years of marriage when Lavigne swore out a complaint charging that his wife had twice been guilty of adultery. As the law demanded, Rachel was put in jail. Pending a decision in the case before that took place, however, Lavigne dropped the suit, hoping so he later recalled that he would reform. Once out of prison, Rachel again, according to her outrage and by his husband, abandoned Lavigne and her 4-year-old son, Peter. Right, so that's a little bit of the big background story again of them. And another book says The Papers of Alexander Hamilton, Volume 1, 1768 to 1778 by Harold S.
Okay, so I just want to give you all a little taste of that. I know y'all was into it. I know I had to be dirty and stop it. But please go check out this video. Alexander Hamilton, the Swarthy West Indian. And then the other video that explains the Huguenots, it is Who Are the Huguenots? It's 5 hours, but I promise you, it is well worth it. So if you want to get the connection of the Huguenots and why it proves Hamilton is melanated, although it said in one of the books that he was tawny, so that's proof enough. But if you want to tie the lineage back of who the Huguenots are, then go to the Huguenot video beforehand to get a flavor and the rundown of the genealogy. So again, I want to thank Brother Caramel for great work. He laid it out. I'm telling you all, after that work with the Who Are the Huguenots, there should never, ever, 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 forever, ever be any question on who's Moors, who is whom. There shouldn't be any questions. The receipts have been provided. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
You know, on the Huguenots, because I think it's pronounced Huguenots, the Huguenots, if he's saying they're Sephardic Jews, then they are darker skinned people. They are dark skinned people. And Lavigne, the one she was married to, they considered it interracial, because if he was if he was a Jewish man and they didn't recognize her as a Sephardic, they would consider that interracial.
Right. So it wasn't about color, skin, the color of the skin is what you're saying. It was really about quote, religious lineage. Absolutely, sis. Right. Excellent point, because in that Huguenot, or however you say it's pronounced, Huguenot video, he points that out. That was one of the first things he pointed out. And the twist to it, I'm just gonna give y'all this little twist, just this little twist, because I really gave y'all too much on that Hamilton. So hopefully y'all didn't remember that first part that he talked about on the Hamilton video. But go watch that Hamilton video, because he got more bombs than that. But on the Huguenot video, he was saying that particular title really was even deeper than religion. It was really tied to a political standing. So I'm telling you, y'all, that video shuts the door on that whole Moor conversation. We're all Moors. the Moors originated over here. It cuts all of that out. It cuts all of it out, but it explains why those things are occurring today.
Right.
Because of the mixing up of the particular lineages and bloodlines and the Huguenots going and blending in and assimilating in these different cultures. So that's why, as melanated people, it clicked to me. Damn.
You know,
that's why so much confusion. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Sephardic Jews were out of Spain.
He talks about all of that. I'm telling you, he talks about all of it. He talks about the Moors being in Spain, what shook down there, and when they were kicked out of Spain, where they went, baby. He lays it out. It's all there with all of the receipts. It's there.
Okay. Because I know that the Moors came out of Africa and went into Spain and conquered Spain and ruled it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that video is well worth it. Like I said, it took me a week to get through it because it's 5 hours long. Not that because it was 5 hours long, because he has so much information in there, and I still have to go back and re-listen to it again. I'm telling you, y'all, it's one of those that I'm so glad and I'm so grateful that it's still up. I'm telling y'all need to go on and peep that. Even if it takes you a long time, peep it. It's well worth it. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I see he called her an adulteress, and so when she married him, she made a contract. And so she obviously wanted to break that contract. And in Judaism, the man is the only one that's able to give her a contract of divorcement, because she can't just go and leave herself.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why he charged her with adultery, which is not good, but that's what he did.
Right. Right. Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was wondering when Sis Linus was supposed to be.
Oh, okay, yeah. She's still on the line with you? Let me check the queue. Okay. Okay, well, she not ready, Brother Sean.
I am.
Okay, there, we can hear you, sis.
Oh, do you want me on? I mean, I've been waiting, but if you have other things to do, I'm just trying to let you know I was still here. That's all.
Okay, well, if you have something to put on it, you can definitely go ahead and put something on it, sis, because I was about to get up into the reading. So absolutely, go ahead on and put something on it.
Okay. From the beginning, it's people have to remember. And hi, everyone. Miss you all, and want you all to know that I hear and see a great deal of upliftment since the last times when we were talking and all. But everybody's going to be uplifted very soon for the mere fact that you're being activated. You're activating yourself, and for those who are doing their work, and for those who are not, you also shall be activated. But no, everybody's not. No. And these are things that we were talking about for years, okay?
Mm-hmm.
For decades. But this is the culmination now. And Caramel, he's very good. The information in there is great. It has to be mixed and stirred with other information. All things right now are coming together. Mm-hmm. So just remember, you're watching a co-video within one movie, and some are still to the left about the one portion of the video, of one video, and others are to that other section, the right of that same one video. Then there are those who can comprehend all of the two videos and all of the sides that make up the one movie. So there's some things that need to be clarified and all, and it's about the four worlds. So those who can't get back to the spiritual, they're trying to just stay only in the physical, but it's not going to be allowed to be done that way. However, the spiritual will be manifest, shown, and everybody's saying hi to you right now. They're in your faces. They're all around you. You can see them in the sky. You can see the ships. You can see Mama if you really want to see her. She's available to kick ass and to give hugs and love, okay?
Yeah.
And it's so many things, but I want to thank that brother, that young brother, because he was speaking a lot of things, but he has to understand that what you were saying, Rhonda, that it and he does somewhat, that it's for him to do. And I'm ready to get up and up out of here. I don't have to come back and nobody again. I don't want to come back to nobody again. And I've already stayed worse than I was supposed to. However, we still have parts of that onion to pull back. And it is about what is happening right now. And it is about the faces that you're seeing. However, some of them are just robots and other things, and some are for real, and some are your brothers and sisters, and some are you looking at yourself performing, acting in the two videos for the one movie, of which some of us been around since the beginning of the 8th. Okay, I said a whole lot. The sister that was there, I am again ready to do the problem determination and resolution 101 and the round tables, real round tables, because some people have uplifted themselves from the spiritual, the mental, the physical, the emotional, and the etheric bodies that they have to be able to sit at the table again. Notice I say again. And then we go forward to do all of this. But there were some key pieces, even 832 and all of them. There's things to bring back out. But I'm happy to see the progress, hear the progress, and don't just slouch my and I'm saying mine now for sure. My big two, okay? Because remember when I told you there's red tie and blue tie. Well, there's 4 or 5 of that individual because one, we, and see I'm saying he and T and me and we understand that it's bigger than you can even imagine right now. But it's all for us, and you are a part of everything if you are the original. So don't be throwing nothing away. But yes, people have to atone, because remember I used to spell ATTAIN, because you have to attain back your position, who you are, stand up and say who the fuck you are, and be proud of it, but not in a pride situation, unless, of course, you're the lioness or the lion, okay, then you can do that. But it's to bring back that which you are, but you have to do it. We can only come to bring you to the table. Set the table. You eat what the hell you want to. You give it to whomever else, and they have to do their part. You do your part. Some have done that, and the young ones and all like that, I do appreciate them, but I'm sick and tired of them too, okay, those of us who have done our work. However, they have jobs that they have to do, and they cannot do them until after this last little bit of the second video finished, plays out. Ergo, Kamala bullshit, angry little know-nothing trash, whatever, okay? But that's her job to play.
Right.
And she played it well, but not really, but well. So now you're going to see the rest of this unfold of the onion and Sandra, our Louisiana background, and what that has to do with what one of the people was saying about Texas, because the other parts that had not become that particular republic were known as the lost territory or the lawless area, okay, because that wasn't their law. That was our law. And the spirituality of mom and dad together, but, you know, from the matriarchal. So we reclaiming all of that. And it's all finished. Like Sean said, it's all finished. Mm-hmm. Some people still got to come back and do like that young man did. I appreciate him. I would like to know his name and converse with him. But he said, I apologize. Okay? That's what is necessary. Mm-hmm. And we went over this long times ago also. Yep. Accept, acknowledge, and then you can release it, let it go, and we can come on out and start from, see, you got the range of the 1 and the 9, COVID-19, okay? The 1 and the 9. First you got to go through that range. So once you get to the 9, you come back to that 1 again, because you're having happy endings, good endings, concrete foundational endings, so that shit never has to happen again.
That's
for
right.
us that are going where we're going. Now, the other ones who stay, you got to go back through something because you didn't finish your work, and or you did like some of us did, which was stay on extra for it. I'm not going for that no more. I'm very tired.
Exactly.
I work hard. Okay?
Exactly.
And I'm going back home to do my goodness, but I'm going to my next kindergarten, okay? Kinder, because that's the fire and the water. That's why you're seeing all this water come in, because Piscean age is finished, and you're coming to the water that's in the picture of the aqua.
That's right.
That's water too. Hydroxychloroquine is water too, and oxygen and chlorophyll and CoQ10 and that quinine water. So you got the 1 and the 9 in there as well. So we're going to have beautiful new beginnings with a great foundation. Great, great, great foundation. It is about you, but it's about the individual one to get to the collective, but there still is only one. And the ones who were created that had the deformation in it and the toxins, they are the thing that is being clean swept by the man with the orange hair. But check out all of his ties, because they all mean something, because that's how we got the Fed, okay? And that's how we got the IRS. And that's how the people that he is telling who are native, but I don't like that word, but that's okay, because everything, even if it's mispronounced or mislabeled, as long as you're using it with the right intentions, it is correct. So what he's doing is cleaning all the levels and degrees, because I told you, remember Sandra, a couple of years ago, his mama was straight up us. But yeah, I remember. You're looking at pictures that they were showing you. But I had already done that work, and there's a few of us left in the mix right now. It is funny. It is hard. It is earth-shattering because of the baby, Sean. And people out there, what are you doing about them eating our babies? Yeah, we're going to show you the pictures. They'll make you vomit, okay? The least of them will make you vomit because of how they did. But then we cannot stay just in the physical realm. Right, Sean? We're bigger than that. We're better than that. It's a hierarchy in the spirituality of everything, but it's not about dominance. It's not about deceit. It's not about one-upsmanship. It's not about saying, well, what they going to do for me and how can they give me this and that. And it's not about the money situation, because money is a medium of exchange. We got the financial thing. It's not him by himself either, okay? However, he gave a lot, so I'm not letting anybody down him for the reasons that you don't understand that he's atoning for some of the things that he did, and he's doing a damn good job because ain't nobody else did anything to set the table in those areas for you. Now, each of us has done our positions and our titles and our jobs, including each and every one of you. So you have uplifted things, you have shown things, and I wish that if anybody knows where Wendell is, and if he's gone on, I didn't see him in that world yet. So
no, I don't think it was that.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I wanted to reconfirm, because what you and he did then, we have some other information because one of those individuals had contacted me, okay? Because there's some of them are still alive. We're here, okay? And it's about, you're about to see everybody and do all the things that we talked about then, as well as the fact that some of them are you and you are some of them, and then there's others that are in the mix, and the clarity will come to every piece of this. But it's, go play on Teddy Pendergrass. Only you can do the piece that saves you from yourself. And your higher self is inside of you, and no more fear and no more ignorance. And just remember, there's still two of everything right now, but it's coming to the one. The ones are the twos, and that's why I did the twos complement. But we're coming back together because we will do the round tables. But there are folks who still need to understand how to think. And then you can think whatever the hell you want, because it's on you to do what your script is and what you are made of and who you want to show your heart to. But you got to clean it up. Yeah. So I thank you. I love you for that. And there's much still to do. However, let it play out. Let it play out, y'all. Thank you.
Indeed. Love you too, sis. It was very good. Very good hearing your voice. So, Brother Wendell, if you listening, you've been MIA for quite a while. So,
and you missed.
Yeah, so reach out to Sis Lioness or whatever so she can sync up with you to speak on some things. So thank you, sis. Love you.
Love you too.
Is it Argacon in the chat? I see that you've been throwing out a lot of great information. Actually, you and J3T11. So yes, very good information, on point with giving the true narrative of the Moors in Spain, and you know how they were moving around. So very good drop that you all were given. Okay, family, so we got to get up in our girl. I'll go back to the records because I still want to do those Freedman records, but since we did those last week, I'm gonna get back into the book, and then next week we'll get back. We'll split it up between the Freedman records and the book. All right, so again, we're in White Trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. We're literally on the Civil War part, y'all. Okay, all right, so cowards, pontroons, and mud seals. Civil War as class warfare. You have shown yourself in no respect to be degenerate sons of our fathers. It is true, you have a cause which binds you together more firmly than your fathers. They fought to be free from the usurpation of the British crown, but they fought against a mainly foe. You fight against the offscoring of the earth. So that was President Jefferson Davis, January 1863. Right, so that was our opening paragraph. So in February 1861, Jefferson Davis, the newly elected president of the Confederacy, traveled to Montgomery, Alabama for his inauguration. All right, so let me pause. Now, Brother Sean got me on that doggone it. When we were doing the Black Nobility series, we went over the first, I think they were called the Continental Presidents. If I'm remembering correctly, and remember, they were all melanated. Okay. So that the Hanson dude, and I even ran through all of their list of names. So again, this is 1861, and Jefferson Davis, the newly elected president of the Confederacy, traveled to Montgomery, Alabama for his inauguration. All right, so I'm bringing that up because I want us always to be clear on who was whom. We already showed y'all that Confederate flag, and I can bring it up again. Yeah, I just got to remember where the hell I put stuff. Where that Confederate flag clearly showed that it was the melanated Indians that also had their Confederacy. All right. So I want to point this out because the lie that's being told today is that when you see that Confederate flag, that it's only representing white supremacy. And we know that's not the case. Those Confederate flags literally had the Indian nations on there. I do this every time, y'all. So I'm bringing it up again to refresh folk memory of these different confederacies.
You know, it's a good thing you're bringing that up because I saw on AT&T that Trump is supposed to, or is contemplating addressing the people at Gettysburg. Mm-hmm. And I know that's really fry some bacon, but they need to know who is Gettysburg and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So now Blood, this Jefferson Davis dude, he was elected, the newly elected president, this is 1861, of the Confederacy. And he traveled to Montgomery, Alabama. So just to give you, once again, refresh folk memory, I want us to be clear on who was whom. So this Confederate flag is showing you, it says this is the 18th Regiment, Alabama. So Shiloh. Now I know just from family background that Shiloh represents folks that starts with the J, ends with the S. More than likely tie back to the Huguenots. I know for a fact that Shiloh means that because my parent grew up with that letter J, S religion, and the school that they had to go to was literally named Shiloh. Okay. So that tells me that is probably more than likely part of the melanated Europeans that were mixed into the indigenous tribes bloodlines. They had teamed up. So you see, this flag says Black land. Then you have an indigenous tribe here. And I'm assuming Rocky Face was also probably an indigenous tribe. Okay, so I just want to put that up there to refresh people's memory as we're going through this material on what was really going on. All right. So blood from this Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, traveled to Montgomery, Alabama for his inauguration. Greeted by an excited crowd of men and women, he gave a brief speech outside the Exchange Hotel, addressing his people as fellow citizens and brethren of the Confederate States of America. He invoked a tried and true metaphor to describe his new constituency. Men of one flesh, one bone, one interest, one purpose, and of identity of domestic institutions. As it happens, his was the same biblical allusion his vice president, there go another Alexandra, y'all. We can't make this up, baby. Alexander Stephens of Georgia had commandered in Congress in 1845 when he rose in support of the annexation of Texas and its Anglo-Saxon population. Let me take a sip of water. Ain't them your folks, Sis Sandra from Texas?
Yeah, my people were from Texas.
So, let me just read that again. Child, we can't make this up. I love it. I absolutely love it. So, another Alexander, y'all, Stephens of Georgia, had commandeered in Congress in 1845 when he rose in support of the annexation of Texas and its Anglo-Saxon population. So now remember, we went back over this when this author first introduced the Anglo-Saxon factor, and she was given the description of what they were describing as Anglo-Saxons, and her description were white people identifying as Anglo-Saxons and them being of the pure race. Okay, so I can take this one or two ways, that she is these truly are white people that took on those the title of Anglo-Saxon, and I'm gonna run with that. That's cool. I will stick with that. But let's be clear, the original Anglo-Saxons were also melanated. Okay? All right. But anyhow, the one flesh marital troop had both a racial and a sexual dimension, presenting the desirable image of a distinct breed. Davis echoed the words of his namesake, Thomas Jefferson, when he described his new country as one that embodied homogeneity. In Notes of the States of Virginia, Jefferson had made native-born stock and shared cultural values the basis of national unity and security. The idea of an American breed was firmly entrenched. Okay, so in other words, that was the folks that are identifying themselves as Anglo-Saxon kind of building up their narrative of the superior race. Now, here's the catch, though, y'all. That's why I'm recommending y'all go watch that play, Hamilton, because everybody up in that play, and shout out to the dude, I think his name is Manuel, something like that, and he's mixed also. I don't know his exact heritage, but he's also mixed. Shout out to him, because everybody in that play, so all them founding fathers, they were melanated. The only one that was not melanated was King George. And we know for a fact he was melanated because they call him the black boy. So I'm saying all that to say, and in that play, it was so well done because they described Thomas Jefferson as the rich one. And it lines up with even what this author, Nancy Eisenberg, said, that Thomas Jefferson's background and pedigree, that he was always financed by someone, and he was able to just keep running off to France, doing his thing, coming back, bankrupt and stuff, etc., etc. So I just find it so hilarious now that I know what I know through research and growing spiritually, how Caucasians, all of their pride, it's built on black men identity. That's the part that just, it tickles me. It absolutely tickles me. Because the very people that think that they're Anglo-Saxon and they're white pure blood, all of that stuff was originally melanated. On down to the people in the South that still holds those quote quote racist ideas of the Confederate flag, all that shit is melanated.
You know, I want to say something about Texas. Texas is not made the way it was back in those days, because we don't really know what Texas days that is. You said 1857? So that would
1861. 1861. Mm-hmm.
That would probably be after the Alamo, where the European had come in there and moved the boundaries out of the Indians out of their territory.
Let's see. Let's just check right quick. Damn, y'all, how come I can't spell Alamo, sis? Shit.
Alamo,
yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, my brain just, been a long day, family.
Because they won the Alamo.
Yeah. Yep, you're right, sis. The Alamo was 1836.
Yeah, so it's after that. And see, they had taken the boundaries that was Indian territory, and that's why the Apaches were fighting them too.
Mm-hmm.
And then the European came into Texas, and Spain gave up Texas, you know, and all that kind of stuff, and because the Europeans ran the Spanish out as well. So, because there was the Spanish Indian Wars and there was American Indian Wars.
Yep. When you bring up what was the Alamo, it brings up also up underneath it the Mexican-American Wars, the Texas Revolution. Yeah, so absolutely, sis. Absolutely. And KW goes in the YouTube chat. They even kept saying how they wanted an all-black battalion.
Well, you know, they did do the Indians. They used melanated Indian people to hunt down Indians. So, you know, they were all in the military with the Union, hunting them down, you know.
Right. So now, I'm glad you brought that up. Now, see, I'm not trying to start nothing. So, Butter, what was Bass Reeves' title?
Bass Reeves? I don't know that one.
Bass Reeves, isn't he known as damn, y'all know who I'm talking about, because they whitewashed him too. Tonto them, who was supposed to be Lone Ranger. Shit, I couldn't get it together. Yeah, shit, y'all. Shit.
White boy.
Yeah. But we know that the original, who they were calling Long Ranger, was based on Bass Reeves, who, by the way, y'all, I don't have the receipts yet. I'm still digging because I think there's some connection on one of my sides. Because when I saw he was from Mississippi, where in Mississippi he was a part of, and the last name, baby, I'm like, shit. But that makes sense. But anyway, Bass Reeves was an American law enforcement officer. He was melanated.
Yeah.
He was the first black deputy U.S. Marshal west of the Mississippi River. Shit, y'all. He worked mostly in Arkansas and the Oklahoma Territory. And Arkansas and Mississippi, y'all, I was shocked when I found the Arkansas ties on my side. Damn, y'all, this ain't looking good for my side. But anyway, he worked mostly in Arkansas. He worked mostly in Arkansas and the Oklahoma Territory. During his long career, he was credited with arresting more than 3,000 felons.
Oh my gosh, or escaped Indians.
So, but it said here that, child, y'all, that's what I'm telling y'all. Do your lineage. Do your lineage. This shit is, now I'm just pulling his stuff up. Child. This is interesting. I didn't know he had an Arkansas connection also. All right, but it's also saying, linking him to the Muskegee tribe. Damn, y'all, this stuff is deep. We can't make it up. We can't make it up. So, you know, once again, Caucasian folk, all of that founding father stuff, sorry, boo. Most of them, if not all of them, were melanated, at a minimum mulatto. Anglo-Saxon, melanated. That Confederate flag, that was a confederacy between the indigenous melanated Indians, melanated Europeans, and it was freed white men as well. So y'all didn't build that stuff, sweetheart. So all of the folks running around talking about what your founding fathers did, you have every right to do that now. But let's be clear, boo. They were melanated. All right. Dang, y'all, we can't make this up. I tell you. All right, so that's the T on Jefferson, all right? Okay, because see, what they were doing basically, and see, this is where the hijack happens, because they got us believing, what, 1 century, so I'll say the lion started in the 1900s, when Caucasians really started flooding over here, because that's when the heavy immigration with Caucasians started. It was in the 1900s. White folks were put in those positions in the late 1800s after the melanated on melanated, we had tore some shit completely up. So mass migration by Caucasians, European Caucasians, did not happen until the 1900s. Right? Now, if you part of that mud flood community, and shout out to them, I respect them. They do hella work too. John Levy and a couple others, they do some hella work too. Now, if you go by some of their narrative, they were saying that a lot of the orphans were brought over from Europe to clean up the rubbish from the wars. And so what they were saying from the war perspective is what they call the quote reset. All right. Or the mud floods. So some type of earthly catastrophe event that tore things up. So these floods of immigrants were originally started, or white immigrants were originally started with orphans, which would make sense in their defense, because if you are orphaned and you a youngin, that means therefore you can put a name. You can name that child what you want to name that child. Now I want y'all to stay with me and follow me. Because if the melanated Europeans' surnames are the original ones, and they are, because we've proved it, we got the receipts to prove it. Okay? So that means the Campbells, the Stewarts, I can go on and on. I know somebody else in the chat wanted me to check on one of their surnames, but all of those surnames, European surnames that folks are running around today, thinking that they are white. They're not. They were melanated. It was the other way around. The Caucasians that were coming in as immigrants took on the melanated names. And here's just a list of them. I'm just in our guy's book, The Negro Question Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. This is just one ship manifest. I'm on page 118. He gives the list of the stewards: Cumming, Ramsey, Bennerman, Christie, Curry, Charters, Hayes, Ridley, Connaughton, Cresswell, Gardner, Connaughton, Murray, Henderson. You know where I'm going with that. Henderson. That was 1716, boo. Oh, that's interesting. Ogleby. So now we know what Ogleby. Dalmoho, Hardwick, McLearn, Murray, Robinson, Cameron. And baby, let me tell you something. This next name, Kennedy, that Huguenot video, he goes in deeper on the true origins of that Kennedy name. Melanated, okay? I'm reading the ship manifest. Let's be clear. Melanated folks coming over to the Americas. McIntosh, Bing, McPherson, McCoy, Ramsey, McKenzie, Olapat. All right, now that was just one little ship manifest. So my point being, if you were an orphan and you coming in as a youngin', think about the Godfather, y'all.
You got the gangs of New York.
And the gangs of New York. When you hit that port, either they named you after what? Where you from? Corleone, all right. Vito Corleone, that's your name. Keep it moving. Next. Or if they didn't know where they was from, all right, let me go down the list. Johnson it is. Next. So Caucasians carry those melanated European names. So just to go through some more names, I'm on page 130. This is Ship York. Where was Ship York come? What port did Ship York come in on? Where did it? Oh, Maryland. Okay, this is 1739 to 1740. Wood, Mering, Meyer, Ward, Sullivan, Evans, Price, Watson, Land, Meredith, there go another Stewart, Jackson, McLeod, DeCunsey, Plummer, Ward, Dean, Hubbard, Cook, Stanley, Turner, Underwood, Maxwell, Anderson, Franklin, Brown, Akina, Warren, Meyer, Johnson, Peachtree, Huge. Oh, hell no, even Peachtree, that's a damn shame. Those of us in the ATL, y'all know they name almost every other street downtown damn Peachtree. Ain't that or is that Pear Tree? My bad, that's Pear Tree. All right, I accused them falsely. Hughes, Irving, Edmonds, Bartley, Smith, Jones, Henning, Cardell, Hare, Went, Kingman, Summers, Betts, Birchmore, Hastings, Green, Matthews, Wither, Morgan, Hardcastle, Smith, Deacon, Jones, Powell. There's another Stewart, Castle, Delaney, Dugan, Groom, Price, Cole, Fowl, Brockwell, Tizard, Green, Faulkner, Patterson, Beasley, Stringer, Shaw, Littard, Blackard, Chapman, and Downs. All right, it's the last little page. Gates. Didn't Henry Gates admit out of his own lineage that he's European? But now everybody else is slaves. Everybody else is motherfucking slaves that he do their genealogy. Oh, but he European. Well, Gates, goddamn it. 1739, 1740, ship York. All right, Reynolds, Peake, Smith, Mitchell, Anderson, Thomason, Graves. There's another Brown, Wilson. We talked about the surname Wilson, how that is tied back to King William, William the Conqueror, melanated king. Wilson, the sons of William. Davis, Stiles, Patterson, Berry, Claxton, Groom, Bolton, another Smith, Abbas, Ellis, Winter, Wicks. Okay, Ellis, I find that interesting. Ellis Island, I find that very interesting. Winter, Wicks, Groves, Peak, Blake, Bignall, Ford. All right, and then they have Williams again. Seal, Street, Flack, Heckman, Belgrove. Now that's just some of the names, all right? And in the same book, he shows you that the surname, some of those surnames tie back to actual land. All right, so on page 146, he's showing the Kennedy territory, damn y'all, the Ferguson territory. I can't see all of that. The Elliott territory. Okay. I know the Campbells had a huge area, and that's a very ancient name. Melanated people. So I'm saying all that to say that Caucasian, white people, your stuff derives from melanated people. All right. Let me stay focused. Damn, we only got 5 minutes. All right, let me get a few more in. Expositors of the American breed model all gravitated to an us versus them calculus, which became useful as territorial expansion unfolded and cultures collided. As the South succeeded, further distinctions needed to be made. So when the Confederate president recurred to one of his favorite couplets, "Degenerate Sons," he appealed at the same time to the days of 76. making sure his audience understood that the Revolution of 1861 aimed to restore the virtuous pedigree of the founding fathers. Okay, so let's be clear. I want us to be clear, because she's not gonna say this, but I am going to say it because I have the receipts. All right. Again, those founding fathers at a minimum were mulatto. The pedigree they are speaking of, it's not based on color. It's based on your family standing, the caste system, the European caste system. So are you either the lineage of the black/melanated nobility, and or are you in their court? Are you one of their boys now? That's the pedigree that they are speaking of. It was a caste system. All right. It later became about color as the white immigrants started coming in and really taking on those positions. Then, of course, it had to be about color at that point. But it definitely, surely wasn't always so. Melanated folks ran stuff. All right, so the Southern people, he assumed the crowd were heirs of the sacred rights transmitted to us. If required, they would display Southern valor on the field of battle. The new nation would prove to the world that we are not degenerate sons of George Washington and his noble peers, but in fact the genuine offspring and rightful lineage of the first American republic. Okay, so in other words, it got split because the Southerners were like, no, we don't want to pay back to the crown them. This the same crap that we were going through over in Europe. And of course, the Indigenous Indians that did partner up with them was like, well, you know, we definitely don't want to be bothered because this is our shit. All right. Okay. Let me see if I want to keep going. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Sounded to me like it was some bastard children that got jealous that they got cut out.
Very well could be.
If they make it a proclamation as to who they are, all knowing that they came from across the waters.
Right.
So ain't none of them got no right making no proclamations here, period.
Right. About a goddamn thing. And so when you say bastard childs, you saying like King Charles and them having all them children with different baby mamas. Oh, thank you, Sis Cheryl. Okay. Having all them children with different baby mamas, and you don't want to claim the other children properly. Thanks, Sis Cheryl. She sent me the picture, y'all. Let me pull up this picture. Sis Cheryl, I don't know what the heck. I have to, it seems like every other week I'm looking for this picture. So let me bring it up for the family. Yeah, Brother Sean, it very well could be that. It very well could be. Because y'all heard in Caramel's video, Alexandra has a little bit of dramatization in his own family background. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
It's all about the bloodlines.
Exactly.
That's the only way that they can make any type of rightful claim or attempt to successfully overthrow. There has to be some blood in order to get the loyalty of everybody else.
That's true. So you mean far as the loyalty of the melanated Europeans and the melanated Indians?
Yep, we all bought into the agreement.
I agree. I 1000% agree. That's why, again, when you do your lineage melanated people, I advised you when you get stuck, if you see that one record that everything else ties back and that one relative is on somebody's ship manifest, and or you find a record over in Europe, more than likely, boo, that's your people. Because twice I got stuck thinking that wasn't them, and I'm like, damn, that's them. Well, it is what it is. I'm sorry, go, Brother Sean.
Because remember going back to Orthodox Chronicles, they didn't care if father killed son or brother killed brother or son killed father. As long as you was of the bloodline, they followed you.
Yep. Yep.
That's why you have all those schools. I mean, you know, one son knows that he ain't never gonna get it because he have to wait for his brother to die. And hopefully his brother ain't have no sons, because then it'll go to that brother's son before it will go to him.
Right.
So you have people bumping each other off in the same bloodline.
Exactly. Well, hell, look how people act today when somebody pass. And if it ain't spelled out who's supposed to get what, and even if it's spelled out, people be showing they motherfucking ass. So it sure wasn't no different back then. Matter of fact, it was, higher stakes per se. So just imagine that if you were a quote, quote, steward and you don't get none of them benefits. It's like, we don't give a fuck you and yours. My daddy didn't recognize your mama, so fuck y'all.
Exactly.
So very good point, Brother Sean.
We're repeating the cycles. We still ain't broke those bloodline curses.
Still ain't broke them. Still ain't broke. Some of us haven't anyway, and that's why I keep harping on, and it's not to like get in melanated people's shit. Because shit, my bloodline was a part of the fuckery. I saw it in my bloodline, the mixture of the European and the Indigenous Indian. So it is what the fuck it is. That's why I keep pointing out who is whom. Because I just personally cannot sit up and participate in the fuckery and in the lies. I have to tell it like it is. And the point of the matter is, it was melanated on melanated. I don't care how we try to pretty the shit up, how we try to motherfucking slice it. It was melanated on melanated. White folks came in after the fact and picked up the carnage. Even on down to the holding of slaves and all of that. All right, so let me bring this up. Thank you, Sis Cheryl, for once again sending this to me. All right, let me see when it comes up for y'all. Okay, this is the picture. Now look at John Adams. Look tawny to me. Look at Thomas Jefferson. Look tawny to me. George Washington, okay, I'm on the fence a little bit. He turned to the motherfucking side. I'm on the little fence. But I do see how he has melanation. It appears here and looked like somebody tried to lighten it up in a few little areas on the forehead and the chin. And Madison, unless he had some type of disease, why is he looking like a motherfucking clown bozo with the white makeup around the mouth? So that's an indication to me that this was somebody tried to lighten it up. But I can say with a clear conscience, these two melanated. Sorry. I know melanated people when I see melanated people, goddammit. George Washington, at a minimum, mulatto. Madison, I just don't understand this motherfucking bozo situation going on right here. So either it was tampered with, I just don't know on that. I just don't know. All right. So that means the Adams, melanated. The Jefferson last name, surname, melanated. We know Washington isn't a Washita. Washington, a derivative of Washita. We know Washita is melanated. All right. But seriously though, David, I don't understand this Bo. He literally looked like Bozo the Clown from the motherfucking side. He do. So something going on with that. Now, if you had a condition, brother, please forgive me up in advance. But this looked tampered with to me. All right. So thanks, sis Cheryl, for that. I'm gonna leave that up. So let me see. Damn, y'all, it's 11 something o'clock already. All right, I'm gonna do this one last, do two little more paragraphs, and then we're gonna pick back up next week. All right, and then there was the flip side. Davis returned to the bully pulpit in the final days of 1862, addressing the Mississippi legislature, where he openly rebuked the men who comprised the Union forces. They were nothing more than miscreants or miscreants deployed by a government that was rotten to the core. The war proved that North and South were two distinct breeds. Whereas Southerners could lay claims to a positive pedigree, their enemy could not. Northerners were heirs to a homeless race. Baby, I can't with them. Do you hear me? I can't. So now this war proved that North and South were two distinct breeds, whereas Southerners could lay claim to positive pedigree, their enemy could not. So let's think about that as I sips water. So, Southerners, y'all got a pedigree because of what? Was it because that you mixed more with indigenous folks than the Northerners, who were mostly comprised of those melanated Brits? Is that what you're trying to say? I find that interesting. And then you went on to say Northerners were heirs to a homeless race, traceable to the social levelers of the English Civil War. What's more, the North's unflattering genealogy began in the bogs and fens of Ireland and England. But wait a minute. Sips imaginary tea. White Southerners. I thought y'all said y'all came from Europe too, so you wouldn't be indigenous to the land. So now why are they saying up in here that the Northerners are from England and Ireland, and they the ones that the homeless motherfuckers that need to go somewhere with it? Is that because you assimilated into those indigenous people's cultures? Is it because y'all was marrying into indigenous people's culture? Or had struck agreements and y'all was cool with the indigenous people? Because we damn sure know the melanated Europeans in the South had married with the indigenous melanated women. So I just find that interesting that they talk about the people from up north as homeless, a homeless race. And they from Ireland and England. Says where they were spawned from vagabond stock and swamp people. It was a delusion. Davis declared to imagine that these two races could ever be united. No loyal Confederate would ever wish to lower himself and rejoin his lesser. All right? So they was banging on each other like, look, we repping the Confederacy of the indigenous Americans. These are a part of our people. We didn't set up and made an agreement, this, that, and the third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You folks are not welcome here, this, that, and the third. So it wasn't even about color like I told y'all.
It's it. If you remember earlier, they were instructed to marry the indigenous women, not to marry the
Sure was.
Nasty. They called them nasty, trifling, all type of names they gave them.
Yep.
And I mean, that still exists to this day. You got your trailer trash, as they call them. You got your hillbillies. You got your socialites and this, that, or the other. Same thing with melanated people. You got your hood people. You got your middle class.
Exactly.
You got your Boule and your Soros.
Exactly.
And this, that, or the other.
It's a caste
all the
system.
same deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
All Greek.
Exactly. Those Huguenots, you're going to find out. And anyway, Sis Lioness says in the chat, remember the book When Ireland Was Black? And also Braveheart. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Sis Cheryl, what? That picture is from the Library of Congress, or library, if you country, like me. So ain't nobody making nothing up. What you say, Brother Sean?
They got a lot of good stuff.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Like you said, it's all there. It's all there. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to get through these last little paragraphs. But baby, did they just tell on themselves. Honey, call them swamp people and all of that. All right, so returning to the Confederate capital of Richmond, Davis gave another speech in early January 1863. You have shown yourself in no respect to be the degenerate sons of our fathers, he repeated. Yet, in one important respect, the South's cause was radically new. Their revolutionary forebears had fought against a manly foe. Confederates faced a different enemy. You fight against the offscoring of the earth, the president railed. Now, what the hell does offscoring mean? It's OFF, if somebody can look it up. OFF.
Scoring?
Yeah, SCORINGS. So off and then scoring. SCOURINGS. Because I want to know what he means. You fight against the offscoring of the earth. The president railed. Yankees were a degenerate race worse than hyenas, and dehumanizing the Union troops. Davis placed them close in nature to a ravenous, cowardly species that hunted its innocent prey in whimpering packs.
SCOURGE?
Yeah, SCOURINGS. So off score.
Someone rejected by society, an outcast.
Say it again, Brother Sean.
Someone rejected by society, outcast, something that is scoured off, refused.
Oh, okay. Well, damn, he was saying just refused on the earth, period. Okay, got you. They know they could talk about people like a dog. So anyway, and that's the last paragraph, y'all. This will leave us in a good place. Wars are battles of words, not just bullets. Did y'all catch that, Jim? Wars are battles of words, not just bullets. We should know that very well. Aren't we living that today? Because of those words, swords spelled backwards. From 1861, the Confederacy had the task of demonizing its foe as debased, abnormal, and vile. Southerners had to make themselves feel viscerally superior and to convince themselves that their very existence depended on the formation of a separate country free of Yankees. Confederates had to shield themselves from the odious charge of treason by fighting to preserve a core American identity that 19th century Northerners had corrupted. All right, so we're going to stop there. And we're going to pick back up next week. We're going to get into the book sooner. She heating up, y'all, and then we'll jump back over to the Freedman records, and then I also want to share with the family all of those wars that were fought, because we almost done with this book, y'all. We almost done with this book, which is good. It's been a wonderful journey. So again, that was White Trash: The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. And you can get this book on Amazon. All right, so let's go to last words. Sis, you have any last words for the family? You on mute, sis.
Yeah, I know. I'm on mute. I take myself off.
Okay.
I'm trying to listen to the video, YouTube and YouTube at the same time. So,
no worries.
It's been an eye-opening thing because the indigenous people didn't have last names. But we have last names now.
Exactly.
So, because we weren't required to have last name. We were tribal so-and-so and tribal this, I assume.
Right.
All of a sudden, because I know my great-grandmother's name was Lake, and my auntie was named Little Lake. So somewhere along the line, we got some last names.
Exactly.
So
exactly. And I mean, I know where my last names came from. It was definitely you know, the Mary and Ian of the melanated European. So I definitely know. I mean, literally, y'all, it's so deep that literally I even went over to Yorkshire, my bad, England's records. I found my relative on there, clear as day, where I had traced it from the Americas. I'm like, oh, damn, ain't no denying. Yep, that's them. That's them. That's them. All right, let me go on the Europe side. And sure enough, found them. Know the exact motherfucking buildings, several places they done lived and everything. So yeah, I already know on my side where those surnames came from. And it shows up on some of the census every now and then. You'll see some of the surnames that you know that was just slapped on there. Because they had to take some type of surname title. Yes, Scotty Saturn, surnames comes from melanated, starts with a J, ends with an S. Absolutely. Watch that video, the Huguenots. I'm telling y'all, your mouth is gonna drop. It's all there. It's definitely all there. All right, so I'm sorry, sis, did you have your last words? I didn't mean to hijack your last words, Sweet Pea.
You're doing good.
I didn't mean to hijack it. I apologize. And
I'm up here laughing. I'm having a good time.
Okay.
And I enjoyed it. Hey, Lioness, it's good to hear your voice again. And I'm glad you were with us tonight. Yeah, life has showed a lot of things since you've been gone. So I know I say hi to the family, good night to the family, and enjoyed everybody. I'm reading their comments. And I like you reading their comments. It's pretty cool. So good night to everybody. Peace and love.
All right. Beloved Lioness, you have any last words for the family?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Just go inside, see who you are, because you're going to find out that you're the god and goddesses, which are misnomered names, labels, and things like that, that you have to come to know, K-N-O-W, yourself. And thy, T-H-Y, is telling you that you are a high being, okay? And the man with the orange hair and some of the other Cavendishes that will reappear momentarily, okay, will catapult you
yep.
to become the positions, the titles, the you, the essence, the frequencies and vibrations that you are. It's not about the color, because the color is only the S-U-I-T that you are wearing right now. I have been black person, white person, of color, okay? Back in the day, I have been male many a time in these journeys through these cycles of being around to do this. I am the lioness now, so I don't have to come back again. That was a title and a position that I earned the right to possess, to be in, to be able to give it back to you, to say, we love you, and you just love yourself, and you're going to see all the beauty and wealth. Your wealth is just because you are who you are, and all the stories gonna be laid on the table. You're gonna be crying, and then you're gonna be so jubilant. So thank you, and I missed you all too. Thank you. Do your work though, and you're finished. Okay. Bye bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, sis. Love you much.
Love you too.
Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
You have to put in the work for you. You can't do it for nobody else. You can come together on some things, but you can't do it for nobody else.
That's right.
It's your journey. You're your answer. You're not somebody else's answer. Your journeys are different. We overlap at certain points, but our journeys are different. Our journeys are separate.
Right.
Love you. Stay focused.
Indeed, indeed. Well, family, I love you all very much. I don't have no last words, but that I love you all very much. We'll be back next week. So YouTube family, y'all know, dang, I hate y'all can't rock out with us with the little music. But just for the record, we started out with the staple singers, Respect Yourself. And then I started out with something else before that. I was jamming one of my old school groups. But anyhow, we're gonna rock out with damn. Who brought up Teddy tonight? Was that you, Sis Lioness?
Me. Yes, girl. We got to talk because there's so many things.
Oh my
that we
goodness!
just have to put on the round table.
Yeah, because he's what I'm gonna rock out with Wake Up Everybody when he was with Harold Melvin in the Blue Notes, and over the weekend I watched the documentary. So when you mentioned him, I was chuckling to myself. I'm like, well, yeah, okay.
And his funeral was 2-3 blocks from here. Okay. It's all. Everything is full circle now.
Absolutely.
Be joyous, everyone. Be joyous. You don't have to fist fight.
Nope.
Love and the wars are over.
Absolutely. Well, okay, YouTube family, I love y'all very much. I got to turn off the stream. We getting ready to rock out with some Teddy. Actually is when he was with Harold Melvin in the Blue Notes. Wake up, everybody. So millennials.
No more Dr. thinking.
Right. So millennials, check it out. Love you all, family.